Okay, all right. Going to call the Clovis City Council meeting to order at 6 p.m. on March 4th, 2025. At this time, would Councilmember Bessinger lead us in the flag salute? Join me in saluting the flag of our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Drew. Okay, at 6:05, we're going to have to go into our hearing. And so what I'm going to do is, the proclamations might take more time.
Mayor, do you mind?
I'm sorry.
I'll do a roll call real quick.
Let's do a roll call first.
Councilmember Ashbeck? Here. Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Councilmember Baskel? Here. Councilmember Pierce? Here. And Mayor Moana-Tua?
Here. What I'm going to do is, because it is still a school night, and our Youth Commission is here to make an announcement. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public portion, and then we'll see how many we can get up till 6:05, and we'll do sort of presentations. Are there people here for the presentation as well? So we're going to try to, we're going to try to do as quickly as possible. And so since they are requesting to go first, I'm going to have them so that way they can leave and go home to study tonight. Okay, these are members from our Youth Commission. If you can state your name and then give your address for the record.
Hello, my name's Avery Samra. I'm the co-chair of City of Clovis Youth Commission.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Palmer. I'm the secretary of the Clovis City Youth Commission.
And today we're talking about the Cowboy Cleanup event the Youth Commission is going to host. So one of the questions I think many of you have is why? Why are we doing this? It's to help our community come together, have a space where the council and the youth can interact, ask their questions, connect with the community overall.
And then where this event would be held is around the Clovis Rodeo Grounds, the Old Town Trail, Old Town Clovis, and the Water Tower in partnership with the Clovis Rodeo Association.
And we kind of already answered how it's going to impact our youth. It's going to help with volunteer opportunities. I know college is coming near, so a lot of the youth is panicking about that. And then it's going to just make them come closer together. So we're going to have more involvement with the community, which I feel like lots of youth want to do, but they don't know where to do it, first of all. Like for me, for instance, I didn't know about Youth Commission, but I really wanted to be involved. So this is how I want to help my fellow peers also get involved in the.
And this will be on March 29th at 8 a.m., and we will be having flyers around. So if you guys see these, please, we have a QR code, and you guys could scan it, sign up. We have like 100 spots. So yeah, it would be very fun, and it'll really impact and positively impact our community. Thank you.
Please join us. It's going to be so fun. I promise you.
I can't wait to paint rocks. Yes. Thank you. And Mayor, before I'd just like to announce there are a couple printouts of the flyer that you see right now on the screen. So anyone is welcome to take one. They are in the front. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank our youth commissioners for coming this evening. Okay. So please, to all members of the public, please come and support our future leaders, our youth commission, as they lead their first project for the city of Clovis. So thank you very much. We're going to close public hearing for now. We just can't start it before 6:05. So because of that, since it's after 6:05, we're going to do our presentations of proclamations, so that way those residents who are here for that, they can receive it, and then if they don't have to stay and wait, because the hearing will be long for our districts. So the first one tonight is the presentation of proclamation declaring March 7th as Arbor Day, and presenting this will be Councilmember Bessinger.
Thank you, Vaughn. It's my pleasure to read a proclamation declaring March 7th, 2025 as Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for planting trees. And whereas a special day called Arbor Day was first observed in the state of Nebraska with the planting of more than 1 million trees. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout our nation and the world. And whereas trees provide valuable resources, such as reducing erosion, lowering heating and cooling costs, moderating air temperatures, cleaning our atmosphere by sequestering carbon dioxide and producing oxygen, and by providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, further providing paper products, lumber, fuel for heating, and material for many other products. And whereas trees in our community increase property values, enhance economic activity, and beautify our city, now therefore be it resolved that Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does hereby declare March 7th, 2025 as Arbor Day. In witness thereof, I heretofore set the hand and cause the official seal of the city of Clovis to be affixed this day, fourth day of March 2025, by our mayor. Okay. Whereas.
Thank you. Thank you, Drew.
Youth were very well spoken. It's a little intimidating after that. But anyway, I appreciate the proclamation tonight. Thank you for reading that. Tim Brashear, City of Clovis Parks Manager. So for several years now, y'all may be aware that we've been identified as a Tree City USA since 2011. I'm thinking we've got upwards of 40,000 to 50,000 trees within our community plus, and that's not including developments to come in. So we've got a lot of oxygen-producing plants here. The proclamation you just read listed off several benefits of trees, and one of them I'd kind of like to lean on real quick, just to put this in context, is the cleaning of the atmosphere. The fact that trees pull carbon dioxide out of the air, right, and release oxygen. There's a very, very cool connection there, because what do? We take in oxygen and release carbon dioxide. In that context, you can think of them as an extension of our lungs. It's a very important connection to have. So one might say, you know, if you're a fan of breathing, then you're maybe a fan of planting trees. So with that in mind, I'm proud to be up here and speak to that, and to announce that we are celebrating Arbor Day, celebrating being in Tree City, USA. We're going to do that on March 7th, partnered with Weldon Elementary. Staff and students from Weldon Elementary are going to join us on a section of Old Town Trail between Jefferson and Barstow along Clovis Avenue. So we're going to be planting 6 trees out there. That section of trail is very important because we used it as a pilot project to upgrade the irrigation. Throughout the middle of Clovis, between Alluvial and Barstow, we've got irrigation that's getting choked out by mature vegetation, and oftentimes it may not make sense to replant when you can't water them. So we wanted to take this project as not only an opportunity to celebrate Tree City USA, but use it as a pilot project to put a budget number to upgrading that irrigation should funding become available or grants become available. So there's a lot going on in this, but that's just my soapbox. So anyway, back to the Weldon Elementary. So I'm really excited. That irrigation modification was spearheaded and led by Park Supervisor Victor Oliva and other staff on park staff. They did a great job, so now we're prepared to water these trees. The 6 trees are going to be planted starting at 11:30 a.m. on Friday, and sending out an invitation to you all if you're available. It'd be great to see you there. We're going to be sending out also a working with Chad and his staff. I'm social media outreach, so we're going to let the community know. So hopefully some community members that are available can join us out there as well. So with that, that's all I got. If there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? What was your name?
Timber shares.
Tim Richards, okay. Sorry for not knowing. Thank you, Tim. Any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Oh,
You can come up and get your proclamation. And Rebecca, can you make sure that, Brianna, can you make sure that, we get that reminder? Okay, thank you. Just not doing well tonight. Thank you. All right, next is presentation of a proclamation honoring the Libertà family for owning and operating Luna's Pizzeria, an Italian restaurant for over 50 years in Old Town Clovis. And presenting this proclamation will be Councilmember Basco.
All right. You guys want to step up front here? The whole family can come up there, yeah. Bring the whole crew.
Did you bring like samples? Oh, man.
Going back to the Weldon days right now. The common theme for tonight. Honoring the Libertà family for owning and operating Luna's Pizzeria, an Italian restaurant for over 50 years in Old Town Clovis. Whereas originally from Italy, Franco and Carmela Libertà were living in New York with their young family when the health of their children forced them to relocate to Clovis. With a family history of delis and pizzerias, the Libertàs planned on opening their own restaurant here, but were met with sharp criticism. And whereas on opening day in 1969, with no employees and borrowed money for the groceries, Franco and Carmela Libertà opened Luna Pizzeria, an Italian restaurant in downtown Clovis. Despite warnings that their restaurant would fail, they persevered, and their first day was such a success, they hired a couple of their customers on the spot to begin working that evening. And whereas, after over 50 years of ownership by the Libertà family, Luna's Pizzeria, an Italian restaurant, has been sold to new owners. And whereas Luna's is an Old Town Clovis staple with over 50 years of serving Italian food to the community, and for some local families, this means 4 generations have dined at the restaurant. And whereas their banquet room has hosted hundreds of celebrations, and a stop by Luna's for a pre-football game meal has been a decades-long tradition for many families. Additionally, many Clovis locals worked their first job under Carmela Libertà's watchful eyes. And whereas Bert Libertà, who continues his parents' work, has been running the business alone since his brother David passed away late last year. He says that his work ethic comes from being a first-generation child. And whereas having grown up in Old Town Clovis, Bert Libertà knows how important a love for the area is to the people who shop and dine locally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does recognize and honor the Libertà family.
On behalf of my family, and thank you very much to the council. We appreciate you guys very much for all the things we went through all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo together. Yep. Before you go, I just wanted to give a chance for the council, the rest of the council members, if you wanted to say anything. Any of the council members?
The Libertà family and their restaurant is still a destination location. Being from the East Coast myself, I always spent a hard time finding good Italian food, and you had it. So I appreciate you guys for what you've done for us, and hopefully the tradition continues.
I'll just say what I said to you as you walked by. Your mom always had great advice to me, and I loved going into Nani's house with your sister and hanging out and always buying something that I probably didn't need, but I bought it anyway. But mostly I went for her advice and her hugs, and I really do miss her. So you are part of our the fabric of our community, and we will work really hard to hold on to what got your folks here in the beginning and kept you here all these years. So thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate all of you.
Just one other quick note from your mom. Joni still repeats her quotes all the time to take the bread, it makes great toast, so. But we appreciate everything you've done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem. Still two more. Not yet. Still two more. Yeah.
You were one of the first business owners that I came to when I wanted to run for city council, and I so appreciated your dedication to not just your business and being a business owner and all that entails, but your commitment to the community too. That really stuck out to me, and I have appreciated your support and your friendship for these many years now, and I'm just so grateful. One of my favorite memories of Luna, which I have many, as most everyone does, was during COVID and dining outside and all of that. I mean, what a way to bring a community together through a difficult time. And so I just want to thank you for being who you are and for what you mean to this community and the stands that you've taken to support what this community is all about. So thank you.
I just wanted to say my first date with my wife in Clovis was at your restaurant.
No way.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
And so that's yeah. And so but we've always remember it's sort of a spot that is special to us, not just because it's in the city of Clovis, but to us personally as well. So thank you to your family for being with us that long. So congratulations. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the first public hearing item because it is scheduled for 6:05 and we are on track. Okay, it's item number 3, consider various items related to the 5th public hearing of the city's transition to district-based elections. Item A, review the draft district maps, select a final map, and determine the election sequence. B, consider the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis adding Chapter 1.10 to Title I of the Clovis Municipal Code to establish by-district elections for 5 council members, define district boundaries, and schedule the order of elections for each district. Staff on this is our City Clerk, Brianna Parra.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight is the 5th and final required public hearing in this process, during which the City Council will consider a total of 6 draft district maps. 3 new maps have been added for consideration at this hearing. During this hearing, the Council will be asked to formally select a final district map for adoption, determine the sequence of elections associated with that map, and introduce an ordinance established by district elections in the city beginning November 2026. As with the prior map hearings, the city demographer will present each map, including district boundaries and their compliance with federal and state law. But before I turn it over to Jeff, I just want to announce if anyone wants some copies of the maps that we're going to be talking about today, they are in the front along with a copy of the presentation. Jeff?
Thank you, Brianna. Well, hello again. What a great couple of proclamations there. So here we are. There's going to be some repeats that we've seen. I think this is the 5th time now. For those who have not been here, welcome. And we go through a schedule of where we have a variety of hearings
The first two public hearings are informational only and to gather gather data from community members about the composition of the districts. Those were held in November and December, respectively. There was also a community workshop during the first part of January, where folks were able to learn about the process as well, and also learn about the map drawing tools. And we were able to receive a few maps submitted from the public. And we held another public hearing that revealed the draft maps, and that was in January 21st. We held two more of those. I just said it in past tense. We held another one in February, and this is the third one of what we call draft map public hearing. And again, the intent tonight is to select a map, the sequencing, meaning when a particular district will be up for election. Will it be up for election in 2026 or 2028? And for those who are here for the first time, none of the council members will be removed from their seat. They will, until their term ends. So if they were elected in 2024, their term ends in 2028. And those were elected in 2022, their term will end in 2026 as at-large city council members. We'll shift into by district elections beginning 2026, at least that is the plan. We have to follow some particular rules. We're attempting to create 5 voting districts of equal population. We can have a variance, so you hear me talk about a variance, and sometimes I say deviation. It's one and the same in this respect. The courts have allowed up to 10% deviation or variance, and so when you'll hear me say this is a such and such percentage, that's what that means. It's very difficult to get precisely equal population across 5 districts, especially when you have a community of 120,461, and that's based on the 2020 census, and those are the data that we must use. So we're trying to create 5 districts of 24,092. It's a challenge, but we have some candidates here that the council will be able to look at and hopefully make a decision tonight. We have to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act and have no racial gerrymandering. And then we shift into California's criteria. We want to have geographically contiguous districts, meaning there's no breaks or there's no islands within a particular district, unless it's a county island, and that might be the case. And I know up north we have some city property that's not contiguous with the city limits of sort. And we want to avoid division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. And we want to have easily identifiable boundaries, such as major roads, highways, canals, railroads, et cetera, railroad tracks, that is. And we want our districts to be compact. We don't want to have it look like we're reaching out to avoid something or somebody when we're making these districts. We shall not adopt election district boundaries for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent political candidate or political party as well. So we have 6 maps for you, and now I do my Fred Sanford invitation here, and I switch glasses. We have the 501, 502, 503, they have been seen before by council, and then 506, 507, and 508, I believe, are new to council, this particular public hearing.
Dr. Tilton, before you get into, can I ask you a question with regards to the district rules and goals? Yes, that one. So on the California criteria, in prioritized order, so that means 1 should weigh more than 2, should weigh more than 3, should weigh more than 4. Am I reading that correctly?
You know, I'm going to shift to council on that. I want to make sure that you get the right information.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. James McCann with the City Attorney's Office. Yes, you're correct. That the order of priority, so the number 1 priority is that the districts are geographically contiguous, and then so on.
Okay. And so, depending on what we figure, we base it on that criteria, these criteria right here. And so, you know, if I'm thinking this is the most geographically contiguous, I should weigh that more than one that I think is less geographically contiguous?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So the maps have been developed and reviewed by the city's demographer, NDC, for compliance with these criteria. So in developing the maps, these criteria were applied. So first, it was geographic contiguousness. Second would be the avoidance of a division of neighborhoods of interest, communities of interest, things like that. Jeff, is that correct?
Yeah, and we've had maps submitted that were not population balanced. So the federal law applies number one. And then when it's not contiguous, it just throws everything out. So we have to follow that particular order. So if it's not contiguous, you won't see it. Well, I mean, you could see it, but it should not be up for consideration.
I ask because, like, for example, easily identifiable boundaries. Some of these are, some of these aren't. So if one of them is easier, should I weigh that map more than one that cuts all over? So in other words, I know that they fit already because they made it here to our packet, but they still have to be weighed and go, is this one more compact than the other one? Is this one more easily identifiable? Is this one keeping communities together more than another one? I can still weigh that, or is that, no, you got 8, and then you just pick which one you like, or 6. So I'm wrestling with that as I came here this evening.
Sure, yeah. So those are factors that you can and should consider, but also understand that you're not being presented with any maps that do not comply with those criterion. So you have all of those criteria have already been taken into consideration. Priority has been given to, again, geographic contiguousness and so on. But you can also look at it and say that I prefer this one, and you can identify one of those criteria. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to eventually learn how to use this thing. So we have 6, okay? And the first one you've seen. I'm not going to go through the entire speech like I have the 2 previous times. I'll just highlight some things. The goal with 501 was to create 5 compact districts of similar design, okay? It has a variation of 7.11%, okay? With respect to the California, citizen voting age population distribution, and I'm going to pause right there for a second for the folks in the audience. Every map has a table attached to it, and it has all the data that's associated with that particular map. So when I talk about citizen voting age population, I'm talking about those who are citizens who are 18 or over that are eligible to vote, or they are registered to vote, but they're 18 or over and they're citizens. So when you hear me say this particular citizen voting age population percentage, that's what that means. And again, it comes from the 2020 census. So on 501, we're looking at District 5, which is the 10 area down into the southwest area there. It has a 38% Latino citizen voting age population. District 4, the purple area, I just wanted to note it has 18% Asian American Pacific Islander citizen voting age population. And we shift to 502. And by the way, each map has a proposed sequencing attached to it. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to adopt that particular sequencing. You could change that. The goal with 502 is to create compact north-south districts that follow major roads and minimize community and neighborhood divisions. Key features here, it's compact, it follows major roads, and the river, I almost said river, oh, you hear me? I almost said it. I did. Dry Creek minimizes neighborhood splits and follows the Clovis Unified School District's trustee area defined voting communities as much as possible. 502 has a variance of 5.92%. Of note, District 3, proposed District 3, it's the green area southwest, again, is 40% Latino citizen voting age population, and District 4, the purple area, is 18%. It has 18% Asian American Pacific Islander citizen voting age population, or CVAP. 503, the goal is to roughly follow the trustee area boundaries. The trustee area boundaries are a much larger area because it expands outside of the city limits. So we could not just replicate it exactly. It's compact, it follows major roads, the freeway and the Dry Creek. It minimizes neighborhood splits and follows the trustee area defined voting communities as much as possible. It has a 5.41% variance. Of note, District 3, Southwest, the green area, has a Latino CVAP of 40%, and then District 4, the purple in the north, the southeast, is 17%. We had a map 504 and 505 that was submitted by a member of the public. It was not population, 504 was not population balanced, it was not compact, and it was not contiguous. 505 was not compact and it was not contiguous. 506 was submitted by a member of the public, and actually the following were submitted by the members of the public, and if they're here, they can speak to the goal and key features.
Jeff, can I just interrupt you? Are the names of the folks that submitted the maps, are those public record?
They can be. They can be.
Yes, I mean, that would be a public record. Any email or anything that was submitted would be a public record. And
do they have to be, I should have asked this 5 meetings ago, do they have to be Clovis residents?
No.
Could be anybody?
Yeah.
And is that information available tonight, or is that some other process that we have to go through to ask about that?
I want to defer.
I mean, that information could be disclosed if council wants to know that.
I might want to know that as time goes on, but we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Usually I don't disclose that these are in DC. I don't want to create a bias, but 506, 507, and 508 were public submissions, and I can't speak to their intent. That's what I'm trying to articulate. I do, however, have data that supports their efforts, and they meet all the criteria for you to consider as a...
Same person, 506,
no.
507, 3 different people?
3 different individuals, yeah.
I think where I'm trying to go, because I watch a lot of Law and Order and I'm skeptical of everything, I think it's interesting to get such late submissions after they've heard all the conversation. We've weighed in, how about this, how about that? So I am generally skeptical about many things anymore, so I'm just curious about these. So that's where I am, and I may or may not ask for that as we go down, but that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So 506 has a 6.16 variance. Of note, in District 5, Southwest, the 10 area, is 38% Latino CVAP. And District 2, which is Southeast, is 18% Asian American Pacific Islander CVAP. So that's 506. 507 has a 5.30% deviation. District 5, the 10 area again, is 39% Latino citizen voting age population, and then District 2 is 17% Asian American Pacific Islander. And then we have finally 508. It's a 5.71%. Of note, it's District 5, the 10 area, is 39% Latino CVAP, and then Asian American Pacific Islander CVAP is 18% in District 2, the southeast section there. So these are the 6 plans for consideration. Be happy to answer any questions council may have before or after you open it up to the public. And it's been a great honor to work with Clovis. The city reminds me of my town I grew up in, that now a city. It's very, very, very familiar. So thanks for having me. Hopefully you'll have me back for when you redistrict in 2031.
Or we can go back to at large, we'll call you.
Are there any questions of Dr. Tilton? I do have one. Now, with regards to the information on the backside, I know it shows it made the qualifications. How much weight can we put on each one, or should we? So, for example, it has a mixture of home ownership versus multifamily versus all that, and so, you know, can we use that as a basis for us deciding a map? Is that invalid if we give it some weight above another map?
Well, it's pretty simple. You've met a criterion of equal population, okay? That's easy. The ones you have before you are contiguous. That's easy. Now you're going to look at, and you've heard some folks talk about, you know, keep this neighborhood together, don't divide. Some of are the opposite. They say, no, we want more representation in this community of interest or neighborhood. So that's really what, you know, is going to be a driving force. Personally, I always like to go back and think of it, especially when I'm creating draft plans, is if I lived in this community, what's going to help me know what district I'm in? You know, and is it a major road, which usually is the case? I know that this road here divides my district with another district. Ideally, it would be great if we were able to match the trustee areas, but we're not able to do that. So, unfortunately, we have to follow the Fair Maps Act, and they require that we put these in priority. I've not seen any language that they must be weighted as part of your decision, however.
And then once again, back to criteria, I think number 3, easily identifiable boundaries. Ones that go on major streets versus one that digs into, you would say they're both easily identifiable? Or is that a reasonable person's interpretation of what is reasonably identifiable?
I'm not going to reveal where I grew up, but, you know, not all the roads were straight. You know, and when you're looking at, I've worked with other communities, say like they have multiple 55-plus communities where the roads are not necessarily straight and they curve and all that, but they know what the major road is that divides that community with, say, another part of their community. And then it's really simple. I shouldn't say that. But here in the Central Valley, I mean, our grid is easy, you know, with freeways and railroad tracks and waterways, other than dry creeks.
And rivers.
Canals, you know, and with our agricultural piece as well.
Because my question is, if it goes into a neighborhood street versus a major street, should I treat that as equal?
Well, you got to look at equal population. So sometimes you're drawing plans just to meet the equal population criterion, which is number 1. And sometimes you have to go into a neighborhood. I think this community, I think I mentioned to it before, and again, for the folks who have not been to these sessions before, we have to use census blocks to create these districts, these proposed districts. So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, this looks like a good spot right here to draw a line. We have to use these census blocks, and not all census blocks are the same size in both geography and the amount of folks that live inside a census block. And we have no say in the design of the census blocks, and we have one part, it's sort of in the south, right in the middle of town, the city, excuse me, that jogs in, and it looks like we're trying to gerrymander, and that's not the case. It's just the fact that that particular census block, I'm sorry, I have it here somewhere. It jaunts into another part of a community. So it naturally divides a particular neighborhood. And there's really nothing you can do. I'm sorry, I can't.
But naturally by census tract, not naturally by road.
Correct.
So for example, so my question is not the reasoning. My question is, I have a map that is a straight line on a street. I have this map that goes into small streets. can I weigh a major street more than I weigh it going into a neighborhood? Because now, same street, I'm living in a home, the guy across the street has a different councilman. But major street, we can it sounds better. I would think a reasonable resident would go, okay, yeah, we're divided at Shaw. We're divided by the river.
Right.
You know?
That's the easiest way to do it. And then, you know, someone might question you, well, why did you select this one when it looks like it divides a neighborhood?
Yeah.
You know? And that's where the whole gerrymandering question comes up. The size of this community, it's pretty easy to see if any of that stuff happens. When you do the entire county, that stuff can be hidden unless somebody goes through and really looks. Is somebody trying to get someone off the Board of Supervisors by drawing this particular little jaunt? You know, because it's a lot harder to do it, say, at a county level, especially a county the size of Fresno. This one, I think all of these are pretty. I am in Clovis. Pretty, that wasn't derogatory, by the way. You know, it follows major roads as much as you can on all these drafts.
And then on the number 3 criteria, other traditional redistricting principles, can you help us understand that principle of future population growth? And so that way we understand the way the maps are going, because we know where the future's growing. How much do I take that into consideration when I'm looking at all these? Do I want more electeds touching future growth, or that's not how it's saying it? I want to understand what that means.
Yeah, it's easy for us to sit here and say, we know that we're going to have this subdivision built and it's going to have 5,000 people. But as we know, things happen. So we really can't use that. When you have, say, an annexation, and there's, I believe it's 25, the threshold I think is 25% additional residents from the census, the last census, then you can consider that. And it's also a little bit tricky that you want to make sure that you have contracts signed. You know how many people are going to be living in this particular multifamily dwelling or apartment complex or single family home. You know, you really have to have some data to support that. Some places, this is where it gets a little tricky, is you might underpopulate, so because you know you're going to have growth in this particular proposed district before the next census. So you want to make sure that they have representation, you know. But it's risky because you don't know if, things happen. The economy changes and building stops and things like COVID happen, you know.
So an approved map should not be taken into consideration, should? No, it's approved. It just hasn't, a subdivision, a tract map. So in other words, it's approved, several thousand homes, but shovels just never hit the ground.
Right, you don't have contracts. I'm talking about ownership of those dwellings.
Yeah.
If you have contracts, different story. But if you don't have contracts.
So it's only more existing homes with families.
The safest way to go.
Okay.
You know, like I said, here we are, you know, in 5 years we'll be doing the census again. Yeah. So folks are gonna go through 3 elections between now and when the census data are released in 2031.
So now my hopefully last question, with regards to the number 1, the federal laws, and it says no racial gerrymandering. So does that mean the Southwest, most of it is 40% Latino? So does that mean we should have broken that up so it's 20-20? So no, have more of a division this way? Is that what it's meaning? Or, hey, it's compact, it means every single map has that area, 40%, 40%, 40% Southeast, 18 for Asians. And so does it mean, hey, we should try it, or what we're doing is not gerrymandering, because, you know, they're pretty compact, little, so I'm
Yeah,
trying to understand that.
Yeah, we would not bring you any plans that look like there was going to be any gerrymandering, period.
So keep them together.
Well, there's a, not a fine line, but there's a thing called packing or,
Splitting.
what's the term? Cracking.
Okay.
I didn't create these terms. But, you know, you don't want to just like, we're going to put all this particular CBAP in one district, or we're going to purposely divide a neighborhood, which is essentially what it is. So you have 5 maps here that respect the no racial gerrymandering mandate.
Any other questions?
And just to clarify, you said 5 maps, there's 6 maps that, correct? Just want to make sure there's not one that's an issue.
Yeah. Is there 6? I'm really rocking and rolling tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. Any other questions?
I meant 5 districts.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open up the public portion. As you're coming up, I want to note for the record that we do have 4 comments on this item. And so there's one that has just a comment about it, one that is for 503, and 2 are for 508, recommending us to approve those. Go ahead, Mr. Trevino.
Is this thing on?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Trevino. I live on Bullard. I don't understand why an outsider would be interested in making one of our maps. I don't understand why. Is it their hobby? I mean, I can see if you live here in town, you're going to do this. But come on. I mean, I don't go to the city council meeting in Fowler or in Selma or, you know, Biola, whatever, because I don't live there. I have no reason to go there. Why would anyone want to be interested in our maps here in Clovis? And another thing that I noticed is that these maps, I've lived here all my life. And when I was growing up as a little boy, the city limits was most likely maybe Herndon, Fowler, and it wasn't even Shaw yet. It was Shaw, and then it was a little almost to Willow, and I remember all that. And that was our city limits at that time. And the main streets, as far as I know, it's Herndon and Shaw and Clovis Avenue, and maybe I'm missing a couple other streets, but those were Ashland, those are the main streets. And according to these maps, they're using Bullard, they're using Barstow. Herndon's not even hardly used in these maps, and neither is Shaw. Because, you know, here in Fresno, Clovis, you know, there's always this joke, don't go beyond Shaw Avenue because there's a lot of bad people over there. And so Shaw Avenue is a main street. And I'm just surprised that it seems like Shaw and Herndon aren't used. And another thing I've noticed, maybe just my opinion, but this area over here by Hardin Ranch and Northern Clovis, that's a rich part of town. That is where the wealthiest people around in this area right here. That's where the wealthiest people, and here in the center, that's, in my opinion, I mean, that's where the poorer people live. So it doesn't, I don't know, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. But that's what I see. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Good evening. My name is Eric Rollins. I live in District 5, no matter which one of these maps we have.
That just sounds funny.
Well, that's kind of how it worked out. So since I live in that district, I'm pretty familiar with that area. And as I look up the left side of each one of these maps, I see the majority of apartment buildings. I think there's probably more along that line. So that they're kind of divided into 3 groups. And I think that homeowners and people that have an apartment, they kind of have some different needs, different expectations from city government. So I like the fact that they're kind of divided in that way on map 508. I think that if we simply divide us and do rich areas and poor areas, I see it as that kind of divides it up a little bit. I also like the fact that Old Town, which I'm very biased for and work in Old Town, is not divided on map 508. So I am advocating for map 508, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric.
Brian Wilson of 469 Bergen Avenue. I've got a couple questions, really. All the districting numbers that are on the forms that you have here for the election for 26 and 28, there's some that have multiples for that same map. Is there a reason for that? Or is it somebody else getting their fingers into it, or was it just set up that way? It can be anything. I heard him say it could be anything you want, but you don't have them.
What was that question again?
On every map, huh?
Okay, on every map.
On every map, you have this for elections.
Oh, okay.
But you don't have it
first?
doubles on all of them. So I was just curious as to why that was the case.
We will be deciding that this evening as well. That's sort of the second question after the maps, the order of the elections.
Okay. Then here's my question then. You've got like on 507, you have district in 26, you'll have districts 1, 3, and 5 if you use that. You're all currently seated. Are all of you planning on running, if you're in that election period, for the next run? Because I believe it should be known whether you're picking a certain map because you're already living in that district. So I have concerns that we don't know where you live. I don't know. I looked into it. I looked at election papers with the Fresno County Elections Bureau, and it's very tough to find your home addresses, which is a good thing. I'm good with that. So that's my concern on that. I wasn't sure. I had called the clerk today and asked a question about it before I had came. She said that maybe the specialist might have some ideas as to how they're going to assign each one of these folks into a district. Because I want to know in 26 who I'm running against before I get there. Okay. On the other side of that, I'm for 507, and it's the best on your diversion or variation. So I think that's a good number. I see it as being probably the best. Also, I'm probably assured to get 3 votes because I'll vote there and my 2 kids will. So they all live in the same area. So they will live in that same district. So that's kind of my concern, is that I'm not sure why some of them have the numbers different and they don't all have it, and how you guys plan on delineating who's going to run in 26. I mean, we all know who's coming up for election in 26, but are you in 1, 2, or 3, and who will be the competitors? So, thank you.
Thank you. That is a good question. There you go.
Oh, thank you. My name is Susan Patterson, and I am in favor of the map 508 because, as I see it, with the top 3 districts being divided lengthwise, it offers more diversity and more socioeconomic diversity, and that's Clovis. And so I'm hoping to see, as we go to districts, that we keep that same culture by having it multicultural. And I think that map, to me, looks like it preserves that the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Go ahead, sir.
Am I on there?
Yes.
Yes. I'm with her. 508 looks good, as well as 502. What I would say is we just honored a family that Luna's restaurant here. And one of the biggest things that I've always known about Clovis, I've owned a home here since 1998. And one of the things that we've been able to champion is without districts. The spirit of that has always resonated in this community, whether it be hard times, good times, tough times, whether it be in our business community, like ag, to our little old town here. One of the fact of the matters is that we can move about our city with the spirit that has always driven the city. Why we can go as far back as when there was just farmers here, when the cement camps were just getting off at that time. They were more surrounded by migrant workers than anything else. So the spirit of the city, when you look back, you can just look at Roundup, Let's Talk Clovis, and find a cross-section of what this city has done. Now, I'll agree with everybody that's walked up here. We need strong representation. My mom has lived in the old Army barracks just on the other side of the rodeo. Heck, I remember visiting from Orange County over here in Beansville, and some of my aunties here, we would just walk over here and watch the race because we enjoyed a race in the middle of the city at that time. What's wrong with that? But on that same token, I want to thank the council because my mom, being 83 years old, our Ellie has been horse and buggy. Can you imagine how many homes we've built? And those homes there just got tarmac with a little cement down the drain? Imagine that. So that we have challenges, there's no doubt. In fact, my nieces and nephews are standing on Jefferson Street just off Clovis Avenue to Sunnyside because nobody wants to take that pickle down Barstow now. We can go down Jefferson's where even if we're driving a big rig, 40-footer, small truck, and right across the way we have our children there early in the morning standing in mud. Imagine that. I can tell you, right now in the city of Clovis, what is it to be a middle class? I think it's 130,000 on the high side, somewhere hovering around 50 on the low side. Why, I can tell you some of the people in the room like myself fall below that. So what I would ask that if we do anything in Clovis, by the way, I am blue and gold. That is the only school. Everything else comes late. Okay? This is a mindset here. We raise champions here. For the new people that are watching on video, welcome to your city. There's a ton of us that are blue and gold. In fact, my granddaughter graduated from Clovis East, mind you. It was difficult for me. But you know what? She stands second in the world right now in purple belt and jiu-jitsu. She was proud of the things she did for her wrestling class. I can go on and on. All I would say is whoever's going to represent our city, and the city has to have a house. I work in Chinatown. We have had a wall for quite some time. I know what it means when we have districts. I work there purposely because I want to see the rubber hit the road when it comes to our youth, for the people that are below the poverty level. So what I would ask from everybody in City of Clovis to get involved and realize the moment that we've done this before. We've done this before without districts. Now, I would ask that we would just look at it diligently. I am with her. I do like 8, and I'll shut my mouth. Thank you so much.
Sir, what was your name again?
My name is Orlando Valoria.
Thank you.
And sir, downtown, 95% of my workers are Hmong.
Oh. Right.
Wonderful people, just a happy people, but that's where we're at. Yeah. And my location has changed immigrants so many times. That's where we're at. Yeah. And I want to thank you.
Thank you, Orlando. Anyone else like to speak on this side? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion now. Bring it back to the council for any. You can just present it and then we will address it. Yeah. Okay. This will be the last public comment on this item. Give your name for the records.
My name is Jesus Alejandro Ruiz Garcia. And I'm just here to emphasize something that has been come to my attention since I moved to Clovis in 2019. It's my first time here, so sorry if I'm not dressed on the dress code. But anyways.
You're fine.
In 2019, I bought a property in Timmy Avenue, and it has come to my attention there has been a lot of traffic lately going towards, on Bullard, towards Willow. And one of the things that I noticed after buying my second property with hard work and dedication.
Jesus? Okay. I will still open public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So are you talking about any of the maps?
I was gonna suggest a traffic light on the property, 501.
Oh.
Yes. I was getting to it.
Okay, I thought there was a traffic issue, so my apologies.
Negative.
Go ahead.
It wasn't a traffic issue.
Okay.
So it has come to my attention that in 2021, I ended up buying a property in Bullard, and it just happened that it's the oldest house. It was there before any other houses that you may have right now. You will be lucky if you get one car passing by throughout the day. Right now, there is no possible way to leave the residents on my community if there is not a light installed in Bullard Avenue, West Bullard Avenue, due to the fact that traffic has been increasing throughout the years, and people have little to no respect for life. A lot of speeders. I just spoke to the police department of Clovis a couple of days ago to send a couple units and patrol that area. After moving from that street, when you get to West Willow Avenue, street racing increases throughout the night. So my concern is me having two properties now in Clovis. There is no peace of mind as soon as you leave your house. There is always a lot of traffic and speeders just blocking your way to leave your house. I talked to planning department. They suggest me to come over here and introduce my issue to you guys, because I believe that most of these people here in this room have been part of it as well, including myself. It's when you less suspect that you are already speeding on that street, that we need a light in the center. I was suggesting to put a traffic light in Aller Avenue, right in the center, giving less distance to speeders to start speeding and prevent any future accidents. Like myself, yesterday I was in an accident in 168. I'm glad to be here alive though. But yeah, it was a horrible one. So just wanted to mention this, peace of mind, and that's all I got for you guys. Thank you for having me today. I just wanted to give you guys my suggestion.
Thank you, Jesus. And I just want to, I know it's sort of mixed, but I'm pretty sure there's a public comment. Thad, have you already spoken to Jesus? Jesus, can you go ahead and talk with Thad, and then that way Thad is in the back and he can kind of help you with your suggestions and concerns. The gentleman that's standing up. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, at this time we're going to go ahead and close the public portion on this item and bring it back to the council and see what the thoughts are.
Well, I think, Mr. Miller, did I get your last name right, Brian? Wilson, sorry. I think your question is fair. I feel like disclosure is interesting here because you could Google my address, so I know it comes up. But I don't know if you're asking that, but I think it's fair for us to just generally say how this works for all of us, because, I'm still pondering my request. I don't know if people submitted maps with the intent of remaining anonymous, but I'm interested in that because this process has a political feel to it, no matter how that's not a word, apolitical we try to make it. So I feel like those are two pieces of information that are fair, because there's something about this that just, I think the more we put on the table, the better off we are knowing if anybody had any intent at all or stake in any of this. So I'm comfortable, I don't know if my colleagues want to share that, I'm comfortable to say I live near Armstrong and Getty's, what? Yes? Well, I mean, I'm not the mayor, you're the mayor.
I just want,
Sir.
I understand what you're saying, but you could do it with a lottery too, basically pulling things out of the hat when you go to get your districting for you guys in a public forum. You just pull
I see what
your 1,
you're
2, and 3.
So you don't want to know where we live?
Huh?
Do you want to know where we live? I'll
No.
tell you if you do.
No, I don't want that, no.
You don't want to know?
No, I don't need to know
Okay.
that. I just want to know that when you go to do your,
Okay.
when it's pulled, because we don't know, are you going to be District 1? Are you gonna be District 2?
I see what you're saying. That's,
we can always renumber.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
To say, because you're gonna vote on this map,
Yeah.
and you're gonna say, well, I live in 3 already.
I hear you. I'm sorry.
So how many of you all live in the same districts?
That's fair.
Maybe that's why this is broke up like it is with the dual, because then one could be the other way, and I think you just need to make it a lottery system when you go to pull which district you're in, do it in a public forum, and pull from a hat, that way you're all set up, ready to go. I just don't know how you're gonna do your thing.
Yeah.
We don't know either.
It's not in, 110, I don't see it in any of you're actually 110 for the municipal code. Doesn't say how you're gonna do it, it says how we're going to do it, but not how you're gonna do it, so.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
misunderstood your request. I misunderstood you. Thank you for clearing that up.
Real quick, Mayor and Council, just as a reminder, one of the, criteria under the Fair Maps Act is that in deciding the boundaries, you cannot favor or disfavor an incumbent. And so generally, because of that, and that, I'll be honest, that is an untested criteria. No doubt there will be litigation in the future related to it, but at this point, it remains ambiguous. And so because of that, our recommendation is to not really take into consideration where any of you live.
I misunderstood his question.
And instead to focus primarily on those criteria under the Fair Maps Act in that blue box there.
That's fair. I misunderstood your question, so thank you.
Thank you.
James, could you address, though, I think the council would want the question on the sequencing. There are a couple of maps, or 3 of the maps, that have alternative sequencing, and that is a factor, as Dr. Tilton said, that is based upon current incumbents and the fact that they are entitled to serve out their term as at-large members and can't be forced to have an earlier election than they otherwise would have.
Correct. So there are maps where there are incumbents in the district, and so if there is an incumbent in the district, then that district cannot go to election before the incumbent's term has finished. So if somebody with a 2026 term is in a district, then that district is by necessity a 2026 district. So there are some maps where you all are grouped together in such a way where it leaves 2 districts without an incumbent, and in that case, then there are 2 options. You have to have, let's see, I think it's 3 that are going to election in 2026, 2 in 2028. And so in some of those maps, you have 2 open districts, and so you can choose, we want these 3 to go in 2026. Really, it would just be choosing between those 2, which one will go in 2026. And then by process of elimination, the other one would go in 2028. So you have 2 districts that will go in 2028, and in all of these maps, one of the districts is by necessity a 2028 district, and then some you can choose between 2 different districts, which one will go in 28, which one will go in 26. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have another question. So I think, Jeff, early on, we can number these in any order we want. And I also think, I don't know where this fits on our agenda, but I think is the selection of the mayor. I'm interested in that. Somehow it's related to this, and so we don't have a process now, and I feel like it's going to fall to the numbers, and I don't know if that, I don't know where that fits in this conversation. I feel like we don't have a process to choose the mayor anymore. We had a seniority process, but that went away, and I want to talk about that. And I don't know if it's this, or if it matters what the numbers are, because you could start anywhere you want. I mean, I don't know quite where that fits in this conversation, or if it fits.
Mayor, if I could, it doesn't fit tonight.
It doesn't fit tonight.
We didn't have, even the seniority process was not a written or
No,
formal
100%.
process.
I totally understand that.
That's more of a discussion under council protocols, if the council wishes to do that at a later time. Because again, with the 5 districts, ultimately it's going to be the council, the 5 of you, that are going to choose the mayor, whether that's every 2 years, 1 year, or whatever you want to do.
Okay, so I did ask, I think, a couple of meetings ago to add that as a protocol, because it's part of this Rubik's Cube, I think, in some way. But as long as we just don't forget how to have that conversation, because we currently don't have a process, then I feel like we need to have one sooner rather than later, I suspect. Okay, thanks.
So Scott, you're saying with regards to Councilmember Ashby's question is, it's not in the ordinance of sort of the
Correct.
selection, so that's sort of a protocol question. The selection of the council in the resolution and ordinance, sort of just who gets to be
Correct.
elected.
There's I think it's a government code provision or an elections code provision that talks about, with a general law city such as Clovis, that the council selects the mayor. So the 5-member council, you guys select the mayor, you choose the mayor from amongst yourselves, however you want to do it, whether it's annually, biannually. Some cities choose a mayor once and that person serves as mayor until the rest of the council wants to make a motion to remove him or her. So it could be multiple years.
Any other comments, direction from the council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So are we kind of weighing in on what maps we like? That's where we are, right?
Sort of the discussion right now.
Yeah.
Because we should decide one tonight, right?
We have to decide tonight, right?
If we delay, are we still within the time frame is sort of the question. But we should decide tonight.
You could go one more meeting, so you could technically continue this if you wanted to, consider it for another week. We understand you did just receive, the information about the 3 additional maps, but, just as a reminder, the deadline for completion of this project is April 5th. And so it would need to be
coming up.
soon.
Okay.
And if you decide to go and do this, continue this until Monday, there will be no additional maps because it's too late.
Okay. Got it. So this is it.
Well, I mean, it's too late to meet the 7-day criterion for posting.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, of the 6 maps that we've seen here, I think the one that, in my estimation, suited the things that, before we ever saw a map, we talked about what we wanted districts in Clovis to kind of look like. And we talked a lot about trying to maintain that sense of community, and we've talked at length about wanting to kind of do the best we can to maintain an at-large feel, even if we are kind of segregated into districts. And with that in mind, I really liked map 508 for that, because I look at where they meet up, the 5 different districts, and Barstow is the northmost for District 1. As it goes south, it goes all the way to Barstow, and then 4 and 3 go all the way to Shaw. And so I feel like there's really kind of that core of Clovis is met in every single piece of those districts. And so that sense of, and a lot of the public referenced that type of feeling with 508 as well. We had 5 different members of the public, including a couple written comments, who noted that about 508. And so I think it's interesting that I brought my own thought of that in, and it seems to be reflected by how the public reacted to it as well. And so if I have to tonight vote for a map, I would absolutely vote for 508, because I feel like it encapsulates all of the things that we discussed of what we were looking for as we tried to create districts and maintain our community feel.
Okay, I will go if you guys aren't ready. I'll give you my thoughts. Okay. My thought process is looking at federal laws, making sure no racial gerrymandering, and you answer my question, Dr. Tilton. And then I looked at the 1, 2, 3, 4. So my interpretation is geographically contiguous is probably more elementary than what you looked at. I looked at, are they streets that people can identify easily? And not going into any neighborhoods, not weaving here and there. So that I really like some maps because of that. Then I looked at easily identifiable boundaries, which kind of went with contiguous. And then is it compact? Is it nice little, where it's not weaving all over? And then number 2, is it favoring us? We're trying to draw a map to save all of us. And I think that has to weigh below the other criteria for me. And then future growth, I know the future growth, so I kind of go, okay, there's council members who are sitting next to future growth and potentially can absorb those in. I like 502, and here's why. The Southwest is the neediest part of town. But if you put Old Town with it, now Old Town will lift up the Southwest, because we all love Old Town. And so that's why I like that about it. Next, it gives Old Town 2 council members. So on the east side of Clovis, there's someone, and it keeps Mr. Trevino's neighborhood in one district. It doesn't split them up. And they're also part of Old Town, which makes it where that I don't want to say older, that more historical part of our city has people who care a lot taking care of it. I like the boundaries where it's pretty straight. It follows the river, it goes straight on streets. And so it's not confusing. Yeah. And so I really like that. And so I also would like to renumber the districts. One has to be in Old Town. In other words, the oldest town has to be first, the oldest part. So I would change 1 to be that, 2 to be the other side of Old Town, 3 to be sort of that north blue part, 4 to be the southeast, and then 5, Harlan Ranch area. And so I like that because that's sort of how they kind of grew and developed. And so unless Harlan Ranch and Loma Vista can kind of fight it out, who wants to be 4 and 5, but I like to keep that so that way the numbers are easily identifiable with history. There's some part of that to it. What else did I write? Clean boundaries, areas of growth. There's 3 of them, so there's 3 of them. I do like the vertical, and I do like the even maps, and I like that it splits Old Town. And then with that, you can change sort of the 26 election according to the new numbers that I put. I know a lot came and spoke about 8, and I have to address it. I really don't like that blue in the middle that is weaving into the city small streets. I think that hurts a community because it can be one development, meaning a Wilson development, a Bonadelli development, and we're all into this area, and now, yet within the 4 corner streets, we're split in the middle. And we wanted to keep districts together. I don't like Old Town being way sewn to the north. I think there's less connection to the northern folks. Old Town has to be connected to the south because Old Town keeps the south alive and valuable. And what else? Also, 3 is too long, and also 4 is too long. Those 2 districts it's not contiguous and it's not compact. Now, looking at the demographics, I do like keeping the Southwest together because then we can try to prove to see if the highest 40% of Latinos vote for a Latino council member. All right, you wanted this. This is the law you wanted. We are keeping them together. We're not trying to split the largest group together. Same thing with the Southeast Asians in 4, 16, 18%. Okay, we're not trying to split that diagonally to split that population. And so I think it identifies the 2 largest minority racial groups, which is that first criteria of the feds. We're not gerrymandering them. We're just going to go, okay, they already live there. Let's see if they do vote for whoever they believe. And so that's where I'm at right now. I don't mind 1, but maybe I like the vertical more than the horizontal breaking. But I think 2 serves a lot of what's going on. And with regards to the issues down in the Southwest, with regards to they have the lowest home ownership, highest multifamily. It's hard to get more variety where it's already built out. And so that's why I was struggling with that. But with Old Town connected to it, that council member will always look out for something that we all care about and the Southwest. That's why I really, really like 502. Those are my comments, and that's where I'm at. Drew?
I think it's a good idea for us to disclose. I'm in the Clovis-Herndon area, so all of these maps, I'm gold right now, but I'm not all that concerned about it. I like 501 because 501 has the cleanest map margins. It goes by the freeway. it splits southwest Clovis down Shaw Avenue, where you have 38% Latinos south of Shaw and 36% north. So I like the split because you could have 2 Latino council members. You know, if that is the group that is believed has been disenfranchised. Looking at 502, it's not as clean. The margins aren't as clean. Southwest Clovis says 40% in 3 and 29% Latinos in 5. I'm a little troubled that one district has such a high percentage, and I don't, it's not a negative trouble, but I think that could be problematic. The same thing with 503, you have 40% in Southwest. Vaughn, you like number 3, right?
I like 2 and I like 1.
Yeah,
I didn't speak much to 1, but
I join you in that you have Old Town isn't cut up, and you do have for the area of North Old Town in the area going up towards Weldon, you're going to have 1 council member on each side of Clovis Avenue.
Yep.
And you get a little bit more attention. And the margins aren't bad because it goes by the river, I guess, is what we're calling this. I looked at the other ones. I agree with Vaughn. When I look at 508, number 4 kind of wiggles, and do we know who is the person who came in with 508? We know if they're here? I don't want to ask for people's names.
Yeah, I've not met the person, so I don't.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because that's the only. When I look at maps, it just takes me back to how our congressman is in Bakersfield, and so whenever I see something that looks a little, okay, why is that? And so it bothers me. It could be perfect. It could be the best map, and a lot of people have said they like that. That's the only district that I'm just wondering about. So I would agree with Vaughn on 502. 501 is the cleanest margins, but 502, I think, gives 2 council members to our most struggling areas, and more is better when it comes to representation.
thank you, Drew. And are you good with my suggestion of the numbering? Or you like what is suggested here?
I think, just from a confusion standpoint, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or, but I am okay.
Okay. Have to ask. All right, Matt or Lynn, comments? We can try to see where we're at.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with both of you on 501 or 502. 508 to me, it's the same. You know, it splits up the districts and that kind of thing, but it just, I don't think it fits the need for what we've been asked to do overall for, you know, the actual putting this together and the continuous. You know, I look at 501, it's pretty straight lines, it meets the qualifications. 502 is the same, with the Old Town being split into 2. I like that kind of concept, with what Long was saying. So, you know, either one of them to me, I can go with it and be happy, so I'm good.
I liked 502 last time. I thought we were kind of done with this, but now we got more, so I was still on 502. The only thing about 501 is the woman who said south of Shaw is south of Shaw, and 501 is south of Shaw. And I think we don't need to perpetuate that south of Shaw. even though I happen to live south of Shaw, so, but I don't think that's what we want to perpetuate. I think, I'm gonna be super transparent here. I have information to suggest that 508 was written in a political manner, and I don't even want anything to do with that. My information might be totally wrong, and I'm not gonna ask you who it was. I'm just gonna go with I'm just gonna go with it. So for me, 508 also gives me south of Shaw, and I am suspect. So I'm gonna rule out 508 just because I can. So I'm gonna go with 502. I think that's the right thing for Clovis. I didn't follow your numbers. I don't really care where you start. Just start anywhere, but I think that's right, and then I think how we choose the mayor's board. And I apologize for saying that, but that's where I am, and I'm just gonna be fully honest about why I think that map is here. So we're gonna leave that right where it is, and I'm gonna go with 502.
And I wanted to say that, and for 506 for me, it was too jaggedy for 4, because it kept going up, like a ladder. And then for District 1, I don't like it when it goes into a small street. I really don't. I like it clean, and District 1 had that. And then even on the south, somehow I like the vertical lines. 507, I thought District 3 went down too deep, and so it could have cut that purple part and swapped it, and it could have been clean for 507, but then it drags it all the way down. So I keep saying I read clean, compact, contiguous, very simply. I know they all met, but it seemed to have been defined very differently looking at the map. So I just wanted to give comment on the others so that way you can see my consistency in what I saw. Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
So I think this is why I'm glad I don't know who submitted any maps, because I think that could be problematic. On 501, 502, as we're kind of looking at those specifically, I guess what I was trying to avoid, in a sense, was a feeling of North Clovis separated in northwest, northeast, and then everything else. And I think that's what I really liked about seeing things where, again, you look at kind of that core of the city. I think it was Mr. Trevino's talking about Herndon to Shaw, and you have so many districts that are right in there. That's what I saw in 508, and I felt like when we started this process, that was kind of a bit of the goal, was to try and make sure that no one was really segregated into a specific neighborhood type of area. So maybe I was just off on what I thought we were looking for as a council and what we were trying to create, but that's really what I was looking at and what I saw, as opposed to making sure that, Southwest is Southwest. I thought that having more representation for certain areas, I mean, if you're looking at that kind of Southwest area, you really have kind of 3 different districts that touch it from 508. So that was where my mind was looking at the most representation for each area and really giving each district a little more diversity in representing more of our community and keeping it a feel like that. So it doesn't matter to me in one sense. Again, we're going to be doing this again in 31, so we only have a few cycles where these maps are going to be the maps, and then we'll see where we are. But that was really what I did like about it, is everybody had part of kind of that core part of the city, and so that's just where I was. But I actually think it is good to not know who submitted maps so that there isn't a bias involved there.
Yeah, and I'm a strong proponent of 2 representatives for Old Town. And so whatever map does that, that's where I like that.
So, Mayor, are we ready to select a final map tonight? And then the election sequence, I don't know really how,
But the election sequence, can you put on 502? Can you show that? Because I think it would, there's only one, right?
I think I trust
so it's
this.
1, 2, and 3.
And if this is the one where you want to change numbers, which is completely okay. No, it's completely okay, but we need to know that for the sequencing piece too.
Yeah.
Can we just go in a circle? 1, 2, to Drew's point, 1, 2, 3, and just flip 4 and 5, and so it's a circle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
So 1 and 2 on top?
Well, I don't know, Vaughn
and then 3, 4, 5?
Vaughn suggested 1 in the middle, so then are you thinking 5 becomes 1?
No, I was just going 1 with the oldest part of town, which is 3. Okay?
Oh, so starting in the lower corner going around?
And then 2 would be 5, but then I jumped 3 to number 2, though, you know, just, I thought, depending on what grew first. So I was going that way, Lynn. So it's not a sequential, but I was doing it as more historical.
So.
Okay, wrong.
And you, but I'm okay, it's only a number.
I think you take half and half.
Yeah, you can do, yes.
And you can do it, but if you could tell council and I which, you know, 2 turns into,
So
1 turns into.
3 is 1, we agree?
Yeah,
And then 5 is 2,
yeah,
and 3 will be 4?
I guess.
Four.
Can you live with that? 3 is 4.
Oh, number 4 becomes 3, okay.
1 across the bottom, green 1.
Yeah, green
tan
1.
2, purple 3, pink, whatever that is, 4, blue 5.
Blue 5.
You live with that? Drew, can you recite that?
Bingo.
I thought we were playing Twister.
Yeah.
So we're just in a circle, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
And then you can, how does that affect the sequencing?
So we'll change it, but council and I are still, trying to figure out the numbering. So.
Green is 1.
Got it?
Tan is 2.
So 5 is 2.
4 is 3.
4 is 3.
4 is 3.
1 is 4.
Well, you already said 3 is 4.
No?
No. Pink is 4.
Pink is 4.
Currently 1.
1, number 1.
1 is 4, okay.
Becomes 4.
Just gonna go in circle.
Blue is 5.
2 is now 5.
Oh, 2 is 5.
Yeah.
It's backward clock, I think.
Okay,
It should be fun to listen to online. 1 is 2 and 4 is 3.
I'm an English major. So, 3 is 1. 5 is 2. 2 is 5. 4 is 3. And 1 is 4.
Correct. Yes. You got it. And there's no river.
It's a dry creek. Okay, so
But there's
then
a bridge coming,
with
so
the
maybe.
sequencing, we can change those numbers.
You can just change those to match what we just did.
Yeah.
James,
Good luck with
I did some quick sequencing if you want to double check it. I have, for 26, with the renumbering, it would be districts 1, 4, and 5, and then districts 2 and 3, and 28?
Correct.
Okay.
So if that concludes that conversation, I will make that motion.
Okay.
Are you ready for a
We have
motion?
a motion
I'll make the
for
motion.
502?
For map 502 and the district renumbering and sequencing as we just described.
Second. Motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 4 to 1.
That's kind of monumental.
Brianna, is that
Actually.
all we had for this item? I'm trying to look at the agenda.
Congratulations.
Yeah, technically, we need to introduce the ordinance as well, second item. Item B.
I'll make the motion that we introduce the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis, adding Chapter 1.10 to Title I of the Clovis Municipal Code to establish by-district elections for 5 council members.
Second. Motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good work.
You can come back next week just for fun if you want.
Okay. We will now move back to public comment. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open public comment. If you're here to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda, you may do so. So any item that is not on the agenda. Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public comments portion. Now we'll move to consent calendar. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are recommended for approval by the City Council. These items will be considered and voted on as a single item unless a council member requests separate consideration of any item. Are there any items that council would like to pull? Items 4 through 7? See, none? Okay. Is there anyone here in the public to speak on items 4 to 7 on the consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll close that and bring it back.
I'll move for approval. Oh, no. Just kidding. Okay.
We'll wait a little bit until the council is full, and then, we can have a motion second.
Yeah.
A motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second, okay. We will take a vote in a couple seconds.
How awkward we comes out, we're all gonna be like, where have you been? We're out here waiting for you.
Yes, I did.
Nice
We
try.
closed it.
Poor guy. Okay, well, what?
Yeah. We have a motion and a second, to approve the consent items. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, next is item 8, and so this will be a workshop on Community Facilities District for Maintenance and Operation Services. Paul Almendarez, our interim assistant city manager, is staff on this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So at the presentation table with me here, we have Scott Rudolph, Public Utilities Director. We also have Ed Espinoza with Francisco & Associates, who's a consultant that will, has a part of this presentation and will help us through this process, should it be something that interests of council to proceed with. Online, we also have Constantine from Lozano & Smith, just in case we have any legal questions as well. Okay, starting off with a quick introduction. So Community Facilities Districts, CFDs, are special tax districts established under the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, which are created to fund public services and infrastructure. On this table here, there's a few different types of CFDs that we've seen before, and I want to make it clear, more recently we've been talking about CFDs with infrastructure, bonds, and development community. Tonight we're focusing in on maintenance CFDs, so it's the middle box right there. So we're talking about maintenance CFDs that have a funding mechanism, special taxes collected annually, and it's to fund ongoing maintenance of landscaping, parks, street lighting, traffic signals, streets, really any community improvements or public improvements, facilities, and amenities. So some history of City of Clovis CFDs. We currently have 2 CFDs on our books. We have CFD number 2004-1, which is a services CFD. This is our police and fire services CFD, which was improved back in 2004. We also have CFD number 2020-1. This is a bonded or infrastructure and maintenance CFD where staff worked with Woodside Homes and it was approved in 2020. And this is to fund infrastructure, major facility infrastructure of wastewater, sewer, and the Dry Creek Preserve area, and also funds the maintenance of a temporary lift station in that area. So some CFD examples, and by no means is this a comprehensive list. CFDs are very, very common now in California. This was just a quick Google search of some CFDs, maintenance CFDs specifically. And so we have City of Fresno, Moreno, Roseville, Folsom. City of Lincoln, Ed is going to talk a little bit more about the details of the City of Lincoln and how that CFD is set up and how it might be of interest of the city to follow suit. One thing that's similar in all these as far as the maintenance is it's funding public facilities, parks, recreational areas, street lighting, traffic signals. So why are we here tonight talking about or considering a maintenance CFD? So up above here, this graph or chart is the street lighting and traffic signal budget. So every year as we're looking at the budget, the bar chart there is the revenues that are coming in, and the lines are the expenditures. And so the green chart, those are the revenues that are coming from the general fund, and general fund support. The blue chart, bar chart, is the HUDA, highway user tax. And then the trends you'll see is the actual expenditures from the street light and traffic signal budget. The red line are PG&E rates, and you'll see that the trends follow each other, and as PG&E rates increase, so do our expenditures in that budget. So currently, this budget is funded, or excuse me, revenues are coming from general funds and HUDA. And so as you can imagine, as the city continues to grow, as we add street lights, as PG&E costs continue to go up, those trends are going to continue to rise. And so what we're trying to do is find a sustainable funding source or mechanism so we don't have to only rely on HUDA and general fund. There isn't unlimited supply of money in there, and so we're trying to find a sustainable source that can meet the needs as the city continues to grow and as we continue to add streetlights and traffic signals. As we were looking at streetlights and traffic signals and talking to our consultant, we also took a look at park amenities and some other public facilities that we can also include in a CFD, and so it may make sense in new growth areas. And again, this is for new development, growth areas. It's not any of the existing residents. This is any, should this go forward, to be any approved areas going forward that would potentially pay into the CFD. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Ed to get a little bit more into the details of CFD. Again, go over the City of Lincoln example on how a CFD or maintenance CFD looks.
Good evening, City Council. It's great to be with you this evening to further the discussion as to why the formation of CFDs may be a good option in the City of Clovis. So let me go back. Skipped one. So first of all, as you saw on the last slide, there appears to be an imminent need for a new special financing district to fund street lighting and traffic signals in the city. Currently, there is an existing landscape and maintenance district, as you all are well aware, but that district is not authorized to fund street lighting or traffic signals. So there is a need for a new special financing district, and there are material differences between assessment districts and CFDs, and that's the reason the focus here tonight is on CFDs, to explain why the trend in the state of California is towards CFDs versus assessment districts. One of the primary reasons is CFDs are more versatile. CFDs are authorized under the Mello-Roos Act to fund a broad range of improvements and services. So it can fund street lighting, parks, streets, sewer. You have an existing CFD today that funds sewer infrastructure, water, stormwater, and it can even fund public services such as police and fire. With assessment districts, typically the scope of services that's authorized is more narrow. So for example, your landscape maintenance district, it's generally speaking, it's authorized under the LAD Act, authorized to fund parks, landscaping, and street lighting, but you can't fund streets and things like that. So under a CFD, it's more broad in terms of what's authorized to be funded, more versatile. So that's definitely a benefit there. The other thing that is a very important point is that under a CFD, it's special taxes that are the revenue source. So special taxes are levied on the property tax roll versus assessments. And the reason that is very important is because when Prop 218 went into effect in 1996, it completely changed the landscape of assessment districts. So since the implementation of Prop 218, a public agency must segregate general benefit to the public at large versus special benefit to property. And any benefit to the public at large, the general benefits have to be funded from an alternative funding source. They can't be funded through assessments. So as an example, in the case of traffic signals, that's an important point because it's not easy to determine special benefit for a traffic signal, right? When you have a traffic signal at a major intersection, what portion of the benefit is associated with a shopping center versus flow-through traffic? It's not very easy to do. And so for that reason, you don't see many landscape and lighting assessment districts that fund traffic signals, maintenance of traffic signals, CFDs. It's more the process to determine the tax rate is a lot more viable there. Also, the annual process and accounting is more streamlined as compared to assessment districts. So as you may recall, City Council, for your LMD, we come to council every year 3 times. It's a 3-step council meeting process, and we bring forth an engineer's report. So it's a very, very extensive process under an LMD. With a CFD, it's usually one council action, and there's some state reporting at the end of the calendar year, but there's no required engineer's report and things of that nature. So there is some benefit in terms of the annual process, and also on the accounting side, it can be simpler as well. So currently today, for an LMD, the city is required to track expenditures and revenues by benefit zone And so the accounting is more complex. Under a CFD, it can be simplified. So those are, generally speaking, the major differences between a CFD and assessment districts. So what is the process to form a CFD? And tonight, what we're going to focus on is forming a CFD for new development, because it's my understanding that that's the primary objective going forward in the city is how can we establish a special financing district for new development to offset its impact on city maintenance services. So tonight, when it comes to this slide in the formation process, it's specific to new development. So for new development, it's property owner approved. So in order for it to be property owner approved and formed for a CFD, there must be less than 12 registered voters within the proposed boundaries of the CFD. If there are more than 12 registered voters, it goes to 2/3 registered voter approval. So in the context of new development, usually, because it's undeveloped land, the entity that is approving the district is usually the developer, because it's property owner approval, less than 12 registered voters. The next thing that once there is a project that is let's just say the kernel project for the CFD formation, the next step is to determine what is the appropriate maximum tax rate for the development based on the funding requirements and the city's need in terms of what is the impact to the city that this project is bringing in. And in terms of how the special tax can be established, there's a few different ways in terms of how the city can go about establishing the tax rate structure. One way is simply doing one aggregate special tax that provides the most flexibility in terms of how the city can utilize the revenue, because the one tax rate can be used for all the improvement types, landscaping, parks, street lighting, or as an alternative, special tax components can be set up, and each tax component is specific to an improvement type. So there can be a tax component for parks, another one for landscaping, another one for street lighting, so on and so forth. And the example we'll get into in a subsequent slide is exactly that in the city of Lincoln, and we'll go into a little more detail on that in a few minutes. The other thing that can be done at the time of CFD formation is establishing a future annexation area. The benefit of establishing a future annexation area at the time of formation is it allows for the future annexations into the CFD to be a much more streamlined process. It can be done with a property owner unanimous approval, usually one council action, and recording of a diagram and notice of special tax lien. But it can be very, very streamlined. Without the future annexation area, the annexation process is very similar to formation. It would require multi-step council meetings, public hearing. It's a lot more extensive. So with the future annexation area being part of the formation process, it will make future annexations more streamlined, more cost-effective to the city, to the development community, and so there's a lot of benefits there in terms of doing that at the time of formation, and that seems to be the trend. A number of the cities that we work with, we've done that, and it's worked very well in terms of just making things more efficient, if you will. The formation process itself, the upfront formation, it can span anywhere from 3 to 6 months. At a minimum, it's 3 months just because of the council meeting process. So there's a resolution of intention, then there needs to be a minimum of 30 days between resolution of intention to public hearing, and then there's a second reading of an ordinance, and there's a recording of maps and notice of special tax liens and things like that. So at a minimum, it's a 3-month span, but it can take up to 6 months because there is some upfront work in terms of establishing the tax rate structure, setting up the CFD, and determining what is it going to be authorized to fund, coordinating with the developer on approval of the tax rates. So there is some upfront analysis and coordination that's involved, and so sometimes due to that, the process can take up to 6 months, and sometimes even more. Just it depends on the development, the project, the developer, and how complex the funding required is. So just to go into future annexation areas a little further. So again, what the primary purpose of it is to streamline the future annexation process to make it more cost effective and streamlined. And just like at the time of formation, for future annexations, in order for it to be a property owner approved annexation, there must be less than 12 registered voters for every annexation. So you cannot have more than 12 registered voters in any of the annexation, any of that territory that's being annexed into the CFD. The other thing that can be done with future annexation areas is the establishment of tax zones. And tax zones, they're similar in concept to your benefit zones in the LMD. And the purpose of tax zones is to account for the fact that there's different maintenance requirements that that are required from development to development, right? Some developments perhaps have an HOA, so their street lighting, their landscaping is privately maintained, but perhaps they have arterial frontage that needs to be maintained, and so, you know, the tax rate would be set up to fund the arterial frontage. But, you know, on another side of town, there may be a development that has very extensive in-track landscaping, maybe a neighborhood park, street lighting, the full, you know, array of improvements. And in those cases, the tax rate for those developments will be much higher than, you know, the HOA example. So that's why tax zones are an element that is incorporated very often with CFDs, future annexation areas, and developments when they're annexed into CFDs. And so as far as the council involvement, usually it's one council action for annexations. There'll be a resolution that's brought forth to council for proper record keeping and transparency. And that resolution will have as attachments the tax rates, the boundaries, so you're able to see what are the developments that are being annexed into the CFD, what are the tax rates, and you know, the details behind the annexation. So this is the example in the city of Lincoln. So here, what you're seeing is the dashed line, or the dotted line rather, and you probably can't see it all that well because it looks a little blurry, but the dotted line is actually city limits, Lincoln city limits. The solid black that you see on the outer edges, that's actually the sphere of influence of the city of Lincoln. And, you know, as you can see here, Lincoln is set to grow expand quite a bit here in the near future. The sphere of influence in this case was established as the future annexation area in anticipation of villages being annexed in and a lot of annexation going into the city. But this concept here, what you're seeing is future annexation area as the sphere of influence with the intent of essentially any development that is already within city limits or any property, any development that will be annexed into the city will participate in the CFD as a future annexation. And as you can see here, the solid black, those are all the developments that have been annexed in to the CFD as of, I think this map is as of last year. So we're working on annexation 20 or so. And this CFD was formed back in 2018, so, you know, not too long ago.
Can I ask you a question, because I'm pretty lost. So I don't know if my council members are.
Absolutely.
Okay, so currently our development and impact fees, we look at all that we're going to develop, streets, sewer, water, then we put a fee out. So if we're going to do a CFD, we would look at all those and take what we think would go into the CFD out from the diffs? Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
And so then those then fall into a separate category? So they still pay their diffs, but they have to do a CFD to pay for these other items that we identified?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mayor. Thank you for that. So impact fees are collected to fund infrastructure, new infrastructure, right? So whether it be parks or facilities. This CFD, what it's proposed to do is to fund ongoing maintenance of improvements.
Just only
Maintenance CFD, yes. And I apologize if I didn't clarify that at the beginning. So this would essentially replace your LMD, the LMD concept.
Okay.
It's more similar to your LMD than it would be your impact fees.
So this was, sorry.
Okay.
That first slide I showed with the different type of CFD. So there's the bonded, there's the infrastructure. We're solely talking about maintenance. So this wouldn't affect the TIFs or any of that. This would be like the LMD, like Ed's saying, or it would be a new maintenance CFD for street lighting and traffic signals. Right now, we don't have a mechanism to collect from properties outside of the general fund and what we're getting from the highway user tax. And so that's what we're looking at doing, is creating a new funding mechanism to offset those costs. So it's just ongoing maintenance, not the construction of new infrastructure, just maintaining that infrastructure after it's being built. Not for water or sewer though, just street lights, parks.
So we would be putting this on the front end of any new development that came in. So people would know what they were getting themselves into before they purchased a home.
That's correct. Yeah, the CFD taxes have to be disclosed to property owners.
That's correct. And we've had some initial conversations with the building industry, and some of the things that they had brought up is making sure that it doesn't hold up their development process. So that's where the streamline, comes in handy there, where it helps moving the projects along. We're not holding up their process. And then they're interested, of course, in seeing what the tax rates or what the components are to pay for these. And so that would be the next step in actually developing those. We have some estimates, but we'd work with the development community so they know what that looks like, and there's full transparency. When Ed goes over this City of Lincoln example too, as he had mentioned, CFDs, you can have just one total sum that you're collecting that pays for all of these improvements. What we would be recommending is doing the different tax zones and components, because there is another level of transparency there. So it breaks everything out of what we're collecting for. We're collecting this much for interior street lights, this much for citywide street lights, this much for parks. It's all broken out.
So okay, so we are collecting new development to pay for maintenance of the entire city, or only of their neighborhood? So I'm trying to understand that, because what you just said, we're collecting it to take care of everything else, and how fair is that to the new guys?
So of all new improvements being put in. So
and maintaining only those new ones?
Yes.
So we cannot take those dollars to take care of Lynn's neighborhood. South Central.
That's correct.
So we cannot do that.
That's correct. The goal would be for new development to offset its impact to the city, and so not to subsidize, existing development. So the goal is forward-looking, if you will. Okay. But with that said, there are improvements that benefit existing and new, right? Arterial roadways and regional, let's say, community parks, regional parks, and so there is some overlap there. But the goal is for the CFD tax to cover the new development's impact to the city.
And so, Scott, will this make it where we, meaning the city, will do it also? We no longer need these private contractors? Or how does that work? Do we base it on their fees, our fees? Because they are either cheaper or more expensive than us. And so how does...
So it's not unlike the LMD that we have right now. So the LMD is basically a way to collect funds to fund the maintenance of the city, and we have portions of the city being maintained by contractors that we pay through the LMD funds we collect. The CFD is going to work the same way as an LMD, except it's more flexible. It allows us to add street lighting to those things. So if we implement the CFD, we'll be collecting funds just like the LMD to maintain parks and landscape in those neighborhoods, the development that are coming in. That's more like the assessment district portion of it. But because it's a general tax, we can add in street lighting, we can add in traffic signals. We are contemplating adding in maybe some street maintenance, potholes, things like that in the neighborhoods. You could look at sidewalks in a different way, curb and But those are, I don't know how elaborate we want to get that, and those are things that, we're kind of just in the discovery phases. How far would we take this CFD?
But currently, contractors do it for a better price than what we would be able to do. Is that accurate? Where if we took all those LMD dollars and we paid our staff to do it, we would not be able to, that would not be, that's why the contractors are doing it, so.
The choice to go to contractors was done, a while back from a previous council, and it was, potentially to save some money. So what you get in that is contractor performance, and you make it a reduced cost. But they don't go hand in hand like that. So if we were to, we would probably keep with the same model where arterial and street side landscaping, and medians. We would probably continue to hire contractors to take care of those portions. The parks, we take care of as staff, all the parks, all the neighborhood parks. The traffic signal and lighting, we would take care of through the CFD for the new development. And traffic signals we take care of. So there would be a mix of how but the city would be responsible to manage all the maintenance. It's just how we go about managing that maintenance, whether we hired contractors or took care of self-perform.
So the calculation of the actual cost is super critical.
Yes, just like the LMDs right now, we go through a component list of what that development's going to. Like for Heritage Grove, when we established the LMD, we go through a list of, they identified 18 neighborhood parks, and I'm just throwing these things out. They identified some large general parks. They identified all this landscaping on the street side. And so we come up and we establish an overall cost of anywhere between $500 to $600 is it a year, Paul, I believe, so that those residents pay in the LMD for the maintenance of the Heritage Grove. So it would be the same. The CFD is not unlike the LMD in establishing the cost of maintaining whatever we choose. I think as Ed was saying, our LMD does not allow us to add lighting and traffic signals right now. So that's where the opportunity is to look at implementing this CFD, because we're going to need a funding source in the future, because we won't be able to depend on general fund and the highway users tax.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Did I understand you to say that the LMDs would go away?
No. So the LMDs that are currently existing would remain. Now, this is where it gets a little complicated.
Okay, do you know how many staff you're going to have how many zones do you have in LMDs? Like 85?
So theoretically, the CFD is supposed to be much easier to manage because it doesn't work in that same realm.
But you
are going to have tax, you'll see the tax zone, you're going to have bookkeeping, not unlike the LMD. We already have some of those resources, working on these things. But the LMD is made up of, all these zones. It's not very difficult to manage. The bookkeeping we do once a year at the end of the year when we do the engineer's report with Ed, and we do all the tabling up. We keep track of all expenses in each zone. And at the end, we come up and like February 28th, we're going to close out the year, and we tally the books, and then we provide you a report of everything that was spent in each one of those.
Try to make it sound like it's really easy. You're making all of that up.
No, it's a lot of work, but the CFD would be, it would be along the same lines. It's not going to replace the LMD for where the LMD exists, because the LMD is set up for each development, Heritage Grove, Loma Vista, Zone 1 areas, specifically and charged out specifically for the type and level of amenities they have and the maintenance level that's expected in those areas. Going forward, the CFD will be applied the same way as it. You would still have to do LMDs for all this new development types, say like Vista Ranch that's being proposed, and that may be the kernel project that we tried to use this to establish this. So you would set up the CFD, not unlike the LMD, define all the costs and go forward that way.
In areas where
Just
in areas where there is already an LMD, though, we would have a CFD to fund street lighting and traffic signals, and so we could start picking up the expenses for those through the CFD. So like in Loma Vista, where there is already a large LMD boundary, we would still have the LMD process for parks and landscaping and those things. If we get a CFD in place, then we can start collecting a revenue source to fund new street lighting, new signals, out in that area, and so that's the benefit of having the different tax zones. So it'd be a hybrid in some of these existing areas. Now we move out into brand-new development areas where there is no LMD, then we could just have a CFD and get rid of the LMD in those areas.
But I thought maybe we should let you finish. Like, you said that this is just for new development, so Loma Vista is not new development.
New development in Loma Vista.
Oh, so not all of Loma Vista.
Any new development coming in that area.
So Paul is exactly, you're in tune, this is exactly right, that if you looked at Heritage Grove, it's barely developed, right? There's a lot of development left. If this CFD goes into place, we can come back with every new application development and apply the street lighting and traffic signal portions to an area that has an LMD already, but there's going to be a CFD attached to it. Yes, it's complicated, but again, it allows us to go after some of these existing established LMDs where we don't have a funding source for all the street lighting and traffic signals.
So the existing CFD that we have to fund police and fire that's never really funded police and fire will stay in place?
Correct.
And it won't go away because of Measure Y? Potentially, it could go away. I mean, could we ever decide that we don't need both? I mean, I guess keep going, but this to me is so complicated. You guys are smarter than me, that's why you'll figure it out. But it seems, and how are we gonna pay for existing streetlights? What if they break? What do we use for that, general fund dollars?
So existing streetlights, you can't use this CFD to fund existing benefits.
Of course you can, because it would be so easy if you could.
I know. So we're not going to be walking away from our general fund use of about $1.5 million, and probably grows a little bit with PG&E growth for the existing, because those costs are going to go up, and the HUDA funds that we have to carve out, because we carve out a large amount of highway users tax with the general fund to pay for the existing street lighting. That doesn't go away.
From my perspective, if we don't get ahead of this now, as the city grows over the next 10, 20, 30 years, we will have highway user tax available for street maintenance, and our general fund obligation will continue to need to rise and eat up our ability to maintain older parts of Clovis and other needs. Our CFD for police and fire was not set up to cover our entire cost from the very beginning, which has been some of the challenge. If we wanted to change that, I would rely on our city attorney to talk about how it could be removed, but I know that we can't increase the revenue from that.
I didn't mean increase, I meant it go away, but that's not on the agenda tonight, so I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, but it is something that, in future CFDs or imaginations, it could be considered as well as a separate new CFD for public services, just so that the council's aware. But that's not what's being discussed tonight, per your comment.
And the needs of this issue are greater than whatever part of Measure Y Measure Y that public utilities would potentially get, right? Because we said that Measure Y was to keep the city safe and clean.
We would like to use Measure Y on the areas, I don't want to say left behind, but where we need to add additional resources for the general fund, parks, trails, trees.
Okay.
We'd rather prioritize that.
Okay.
With the HUDA funding, it's a limited amount of funding, and we want it not only to do preventative maintenance on the streets, but that's also helping fund the street lights. And like Andy says, eventually, if we don't come up with an ulterior or alternate funding source, we will eat into the full amount of HUDA funding should there be no additional general fund. And we definitely, I don't think, want to use Measure Y for this, for the growth of the cost of streetlights from PG&E. So it's just a balancing act to say, okay, we can't afford in the future to continue the model we have right now. So CFD And we talked about, what if we add another another L&D with the lighting portion, but the CFD is the better way to go in today's world. It's just more flexible.
And there is no way in which the CFD can take out all those LMDs, kind of like where Lynn was trying to go. That is just impossible right now.
I was hopeful, but.
It would require 2/3 registered voter approval.
Right.
So to form a CFD in an area that has more than 12 registered voters, which, if we're talking the LMDs, it would require 2/3 registered voter approval to form a new CFD and replace the LMD.
Another question?
Yes, go ahead, Drew.
Okay, do we include an escalator for increased costs, or do we even the books up and raise it later? How does that work?
Sure, Councilmember Bessinger. Yes, the intent is to include an annual escalator in the maximum tax to keep up with inflation and maintenance costs, increased maintenance costs.
Works just like our LMDs do currently in the newer areas, Loma Vista, Heritage Grove, where we've added the escalators.
Okay, so this is just the second slide here on the example in the city of Lincoln, and it goes back to the special tax component concept. So what was done in Lincoln is it was separated into two components. One is the citywide component, and the intent there is for all new development to pay its share of what was referred to as, or what is referred to as citywide improvements, meaning improvements that provide a community benefit, citywide benefit. So generally speaking, it's arterial roadways, landscaping and street lighting along arterial roadways, the regional parks, community parks, regional stormwater improvements, things of that nature. So as you can see here, on the citywide side, regardless of development, all of the tax zones pay the same rate. The earlier ones, at the time of CFD formation, it was formed with a different tax escalator, annual escalator, to your point, Councilmember Bessinger. But somewhere, I believe a year after formation, all the tax rates have the same annual escalator, and therefore all the tax rates today on the citywide side have the same rate. And the intent there is everybody paying their share, all new development paying their share of these citywide improvements. But where the difference is on the localized side. And this is to the point I made earlier about, the difference from development to development, right? So the developments that have the lowest tax rates, a few actually have a zero tax rate on the local side. And the reason it's zero for them is because they have no local improvements. There's no, there's no in-track street lighting, there's no landscaping. So they are just being asked to pay their share of the citywide maintenance, arterial roadways, community parks, regional parks, stormwater, regional stormwater, things of that nature. But you can see on the higher side, there's tax rates that exceed $1,000 on the localized side. Those are the developments that have the extensive in-tract improvements, neighborhood parks, lush landscaping, street lighting is city maintained. And so those developments stormwater improvements, in the case of Lincoln, they fund stormwater through the CFD. The CFD funds stormwater improvements. So that's the difference there. And so on the very right-hand column, the total tax rate in the city of Lincoln is the combination of the citywide and the localized. And so that aggregate number is what is placed on the property tax bills every year. So going back to the accounting difference and how and why it's a little simpler or simpler than the LMD is, for one, you see two components, right? You see a citywide and a localized component. So the accounting can follow accordingly, citywide, localized. Versus on your current LMD, you have, to your point, Councilmember Ashbeck, 50 or so benefit zones, right? And we have to expenditure code, track expenditures and revenues by benefit zone. So the accounting can be simpler because of how we can set up the components. And so this is just an example in the city of Lincoln, but we can do it any number of ways in Clovis, and you know, based on, city council feedback and in coordination with, your city staff, come up with the best alternative, the best tax rate structure that meets your funding needs for new development going forward, so.
Ed has assured us it's simpler.
Simpler than LMD.
And if you look at the citywide component, where Lincoln got ahead is they added citywide components. So if you were to go back in time and before we built Sierra Bicentennial and we had it identified, you could have added it into a CFD as a citywide component. So you just can't add anything that we are already providing existing service for. Is that correct, Ed?
Yeah, so, and I defer to your city attorney on this, but my understanding under Mello-Roos law is, when it comes to new CFDs, they can fund maintenance of new improvements or additional demand on existing, if there's a nexus there. So, you know, the case of, let's just say, your community parks or regional parks, it's a reasonable assumption that it places an additional demand on playground structures when more development comes in, more people and that kind of thing.
So if there was new development in Loma Vista, you could assume that there'd be more pressure on the Village Green Park, and then maybe you would account for some money for that. Is that what you just said? Is that right?
Not from the Loma Vista residents, but from outside, yes. You could potentially make a nexus that because the city is expanding and there'll be additional need at that park for additional services.
But it also be if there was new development in Loma Vista, right? You could expect more demand on that park, or you're saying anywhere in the city new development could have a nexus to the Village Green?
And that's where it gets a little tough because the LMD, the residents already pay into the LMD in the Loma Vista area for that part. So I would assume more so that you would make a nexus that
somewhere else.
Vista Ranch comes in, you could probably say, well, some of those folks may go use the Village Green, but that's where I think it's going to get a little hard to really define what that additional burden is.
Thanks.
Okay, we're about to close out, but some takeaways. We talked actually already about most of these bullet points, but again, a reason we're looking at this, or what really started it, was that the PG&E rates continue to rise. We're continuing to add street lights, signals, park amenities as the city continues to grow, and so we're having these new facilities being added that we're needing to maintain. And so ultimately, we're looking to establish a long-term sustainable funding mechanism. We don't want to hopefully not have to always rely on HUDA, which is limited, and also lessen the reliance on the general fund. Sure, you can continue to use general fund. We could use Measure Y, but we would like to use those funds for other higher priority areas in the city and older areas and those things. And so as new developments coming in, we're hoping to create a new funding mechanism. Ed touched on this, or really went in depth on these things. You know, there's different special tax components. You have the citywide and localized. That's really helpful for HOAs and private development, so they're not they're paying their fair share essentially. If HOAs and private developments, they pay for street maintenance, street lighting, interior parks is all in their HOA fee. So that wouldn't be part of the CFD. They wouldn't have to pay twice. They're paying that already through HOA. However, on the citywide components, street lights along arterials and collectors, community parks, they would pay a CFD portion of that. So it's helpful to differentiate between those types of developments. And again, yeah, there's different tax components, and we talked about this already. It gets a little confusing, but where there's already an existing LMD boundary, they would continue to pay into that LMD, but we could pick up the CFD components for street lighting and traffic signals. So recommendation, next steps, there's no action, but what we're looking for is some direction. If this is something that staff should proceed with, there's some more work to be done as far as working through the formation process. And that entails, you know, establishing the CFD special tax structure, the maximum rates for the different components. We would work with Ed and his team to identify all those different components and those rates. And Mayor, to your point, take a look at what it's currently costs to maintain those, what it will cost in the future, and make sure we're incorporating that into that tax rate. And then we would identify the boundary, the future annexation area, This next item isn't a requirement, but should council wish, we can do another workshop to present more detail of all the different tax rates. It might get a little bit more into the weeds, but we'd be happy to do that. And so we look at what we're including or proposing to include in this new CFD for new development. From there, we would move into adoption of an ROI, or resolution of intention, to establish the CFD, and then move on to the public hearing, landowner election. Ed touched on that we would have to have the initial kernel project that would establish all this, and then we would use that framework for developments to come to hopefully streamline that process and not hold or add any additional time to the conditions and all that.
Is there a governance process for the CFD separate from this or staff, or is there a oversight committee or a, I don't know?
There is state reporting that's required.
But not a 5-member, 7-member citizen something or other to oversee the CFD?
No, it's really at the local level, and then there is state reporting requirements and things of that nature.
Is there annual reporting that's required too?
Yes, there's annual reporting that's required to be submitted at the end of the calendar year.
And Paul, earlier you mentioned with regards to street lighting, creating that cannot go into an existing area, because if it did, it would require an election of those people in that area. Well, not that it can't, but it would be tougher. We're projecting in new growth areas only for the CFD.
That's correct. That's the plan right now. Especially interior streets, that'd be really difficult as developments built on interior streets. You could potentially include some collector and arterials, because like Ed had discussed earlier, there could be some reasonable nexus. But I mean, I don't know if you charge somebody out way in Heritage Grove for, a street light in the southwest, essentially. So we want to make sure there's a reasonable nexus there.
And how difficult is it to expand after this initial boundary is selected? So, we identify whatever the boundary is, and, it's time, someone else came in with a GPA that's outside of what we...
Sure. So the annexations following formation, it really follows wherever new development comes in, right? So that's really what we're looking at.
That's part of that process.
Exactly. So we're not, right now that's why the future annexation area wouldn't cover just a portion of the city or a segment of it. It's city limits, and the intent is that any new development that comes through, we would look at it from the lens of what should they pay through the CFD and through the annexation process.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Paul. I don't know if you guys are done.
No, that concludes our presentation, and so we're available for questions.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay.
I just had one more comment. You said sidewalks. Somewhere along the way you said sidewalks. And it's not germane exactly to this, but I do think some fund, some way to cover some of those sidewalk costs. And I know we made a decision years ago that if my sidewalk needs help, I have to fix it. And someday it would be really great if that wasn't the case, because no one's going to fix them. So I think having sidewalks as an element of this CFD makes sense if that's possible. The maintenance of sidewalks, I don't know how that works. Maybe it's a bigger question, but you just said sidewalks.
No, it absolutely is. And our LMD we don't really dedicate money to sidewalks, right? So in the CFD, when we're looking at the streets, we can make an assessment, not an LMD assessment, we can make assessment of the cost and include that in the CFD. Yes, the CFD is all-inclusive of maintenance operations.
And an open question for the rest of the city that isn't in this CFD, because the sidewalks don't look great and residents are not going to fix them most of the time. So.
Any other questions? Okay. We're going to go ahead and open the public portion, address the council on this item, or have comments or questions.
Good evening once again. This is Eric Rollins, and somehow I'm still in District 5 when we did the redistricting. I noticed something that was a huge red flag to me listening to all this. I understand that costs are going up, inflation's going up. All those are legitimate things, and you have to be creative in finding ways to raise money. But now, two different city officials, sorry, don't know your name, and also the assistant city manager, who I've not met yet, mentioned that we could use Measure Y to fill in the gaps. Now that leaves me completely confused because the word of every one of you council members was that we were going to use that for police and fire. So what are you talking about, filling in the gaps? No, that's not okay. You're breaking your word. I spoke about this before. And now I know that we've got it coming up, but I could not miss this moment. Shame on every one of you if you're thinking that's okay. You promised, you put your word on the line that the money was for police and fire, not to fill in the gaps. I thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any others? Okay, seeing that, we'll go ahead and close the public portion. Any other comments, direction? Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, Paul, Scott, and Mr. Espinoza, this is the first time I've actually had a conversation about Melrose and CFDs and understood it, because there was always a missing component or something that frankly kind of confused me. This permits us, because we say as a council for years, development pays their way, which is really a misnomer because there's associated fees, but this will let them pay their way. Well, I mean, the people buying the house are gonna have to kick in, but it's part of the neighborhood. So I congratulations, staff, for giving us, at least for me, it was very cogent.
What was the industry's reaction to all this, Scott? You said you met with them, or Paul? Yeah. What were their concerns or comments?
Yeah, we've had a couple initial discussions. They seemed overall supportive. We're going to continue the discussion as we come down to the rates. Again, during those discussions, a couple points was like they don't want to hold up the development process. They want to make sure that we're not adding another, a cog in the wheel, another step that's going to slow down their process. And so we assured them that, no, if we can get this formation in place, after that, it rolls right on through. They're curious about the rates because obviously what is that going to cost the homeowners buying their homes? And so we talked about some rough costs that we're estimating right now based on what it's currently costing us to maintain street lights and traffic signals, and that didn't seem to scare them away. We have to go through a more thorough analysis to really dive into the numbers, but we have some rough ideas. The parks and landscaping part of it, it's already in place, and so for a brand new growth area, they're either going to pay that cost to an LMD or they're going to pay it to a CFD, so that's really just offsetting. There's still some further discussion to have, but I think the initial input was supportive in a way.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions? What are you looking from us again, Paul?
Ultimately, to provide direction, there's some additional steps needed if this is something of interest, and so if council wishes staff to work with the consultant to start this formation process, to look at the rates, are we wanting to come back with a second workshop as we get some of that information to get more input at that level? Just overall direction on move forward and how involved does council want to be in this process?
What's our pleasure?
I would say move forward, and we don't need to be in that involved. Yeah.
Never do.
See what they have to say.
Yeah. Agreed. We don't need a second workshop. I think it seems like that.
So then I guess the next time they would be back in front of council is the resolution of intention. Then is that?
I believe so. Which at the resolution of intention stage, we're proceeding with the formal formation process. So at that time, there would be boundaries for a development. The tax rates would be before you, and resolutions and things like that. So that would be
soon, Paul.
I was just going to mention too. I think it would warrant us to maybe have another conversation with the development community, make sure there's full on support, show the annexation boundaries, make sure the tax rates, and get a feel there exactly, where they're at. I think we're going to be okay with that. If there are some issues and concerns, then we should bring back another workshop just to work through that process. But as soon as we can start, I mean, it'd be like 2 months or so, I think we can get back in front of council with the ROI, 2 to 3 months, 3 months?
Just completely dependent on, the developer and the development when they're ready to move forward. Because we're gonna need a petition, and so we're gonna need the developer to sign off on it.
Whichever kernel project we can attach this to. So if our timing allows us to move with a different development coming in, by whatever it is, we just have to attach this process to a kernel project.
What are you calling it, kernel?
Kernel, K-O-R-N-E-L. It's the original project to attach these. It's the one that gets things going.
I would say maybe there's a hybrid. So before you bring back the resolution of intent where it's all signed, sealed, and ready to be delivered, maybe you just give us an update. We don't need to go through the whole workshop, every zone, every fee. So maybe just an update of where you've landed, before you then do the work to then finalize the resolution of intent. That might be a hybrid idea, if my colleagues are interested in that.
Good with that? Okay.
Because we're kind of famous for getting all the way to the end and then going, oh, just kidding, we don't really want to do it that way. So maybe some little intermediary report back would be helpful for you. Allegedly famous for that.
Is that good enough direction, Paul?
I think that's great.
Okay.
Yep, that's clear direction. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we're going to go to item 9, discussion and guidance on defining the criteria and establishing the Measure Y Oversight Committee. Staff on this is our City Clerk, Brianna Parra.
Yes. Thank you. The item before you tonight is to discuss and receive direction on the criteria for establishing the Measure Y Oversight Committee. In January, the City Council directed staff to explore the formation of this committee, focusing on best practices for structuring and operating it to ensure transparency and accountability. Since then, staff has reviewed oversight committees from other cities who have recently approved general tax measures to gather insight on effective oversight models. Based on staff's research, we recommend that the committees meet annually to review the Measure Y expenditures and fiscal reports from the previous fiscal year. We also recommend establishing a 5-member committee with each council member appointing 1 representative. As an advisory body, the committee would help enhance transparency and accountability in the expenditures of Measure Y tax revenue. Staff reviewed similar oversight committees in other cities and identified best practices. Here are some examples of other cities that have structured their oversight committee. So Rio Vista consists of 5 members with an additional non-voting city council liaison serving 1 term. The committee meets quarterly to review annual independent audits of revenue and expenditures, advising the city council on spending priorities. In Hanford, Measure H consists of 9 members appointed at large through an application process and interview with the city council. 5 members serve an initial 3-year term, while 4 members serve an initial 2-year term. They are responsible for reviewing expenditures and analyzing independent audits and advising the council on the budget priorities and expenditure plans. Westminster has Measure E, and they consist of a 5-member appointed by the council members. They serve at the pleasure of the appointing council member and will serve until the council member leaves. They are responsible for reviewing the city's audit financial reports and budget reports related to the measure before presenting findings to the city council. Based on best practices observed in other cities, staff recommends the following framework for the Measure Y Oversight Committee. That the committee consists of 5 members appointed by each council member, that they meet annually to review Measure Y expenditures, ensure funds are used as intended, and report the committee's findings on expenditures to the city council. Staff is seeking direction from and council's guidance on the following key elements to help structure the Measure Y Oversight Committee. We're looking for some direction on how the committee members, if you want them to have qualifications, should members have experience in finance, law, or community service. We're looking to see how you want the committee's formation process to be, how many members should be there, and how should they be appointed, the length of their term, the oversight scope, their reporting requirements, and the length of the committee's existence. With your guidance, these elements will help staff and our city attorney's office prepare the necessary resolution or ordinance for this formation. And so their next steps is just for council to provide us direction on these elements right here and how you would like the Measure Y to be formed. That concludes my presentation, Leanne.
Okay, any questions of Brianna or
I don't really have questions. I
Yeah.
kind of want to go through the thing here.
Yeah.
I'll start at the bottom. Length of committee's existence, as long as we're Measure Y's existence, it should be. Reporting requirements, there should be a yearly report out unless there's an issue that needs to be brought forward immediately. Oversight scope, I haven't really thought through that. It should be, well, what tax measure promised and the commitment made by council, that council, understanding that councils change. Term limits, they should probably go, because I kind of like that appointment by council members, and when I'm out of office, they're out of office, because the next person comes in, they get to appoint their people, because when I was the mayor, I didn't get to appoint anybody to any committees. Not that it hurt my feelings or anything, but of course I brought it up, so maybe the formation process. I think there should be. I think 5 is a good number. I think 9 is a little much, and they get appointed by interviews by the council members, and I don't think there should be any qualifications other than you live in Clovis. But that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Drew. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just kind of going along with what Drew was saying, I agree. Length of existence, as long as there's Measure Y, reporting requirements annually, unless something comes up, I think is good. The oversight scope, for me, I always imagine this being more of like an accountability for us than a suggestion-making body. So, because I think we're already trying to make sure the budget process is something that we have a little more oversight on and involvement with. I don't think we're at a point where we're wanting to add to that part as far as making recommendations. So what I envision it as kind of reporting back to the community, saying, hey, this is what our elected officials signed off on, this is what they said they were going to do, this is what they did do, and just kind of being that accountability. So reviewing the expenditures and then saying either we did or didn't do what we were supposed to with it. Term lengths, I actually like that Westminster one where it was at the pleasure of each council member, their appointee, and that appointee served until a new council member was there to pick somebody else. I think that makes a lot of sense. The formation process, yeah, 5 sounds good. I don't know the difference in like sizes of the cities, so the scope of what it was, as far as commitment level from the people who would be on it. If there was a cause to have more than that, I would be open to reasons for that. And then I agree that no qualifications per se. These are just people who are basically holding us accountable. So residents of Clovis is good enough for me. And then I think it would be helpful to have some sort of application process just so there's a process for people saying, I'd like to be on this. If any of us already had ideas for people, we could make sure that they submitted an application, what have you. But I think some kind of formal process in that manner would be helpful. But that, I basically agree with what Drew said.
Diane, are you saying that to each of us they would apply? Because you get to pick yours and I get to pick mine. So we each, what do you think about that?
So, I mean, I don't know necessarily. I mean, I know of a handful of people who have expressed interest in serving on it, but that was before we had, you know, as far as like how many people would be on it. Would I get to pick 3 people? Would none of us pick anybody? So that, I just think some sort of like they have to do something to express that interest, but then maybe I don't have anybody in mind and I can look at applications and be like, oh, I actually, you know, like what this person said about this. So kind of bridging that gap a little bit, I guess.
I think the only thing I would add, I think the first question, and Mr. Rollins, I'm glad you said what you said, because I think defining our shared understanding of Measure Y is super important. Otherwise, you're all going to be overseeing something different. And I would just say respectfully, the measure is not written to be only police and fire, right? That's where we get it.
Yeah, Eric, hold on, yeah.
Well, I'm not,
Councilmember Ashford.
we can talk about that.
Yeah, let Councilmember
Oh, I think,
finish.
I think that's what my biggest worry has been. It is the way it's written. It's about safe streets and clean streets and homeless people and blah, blah, blah. Is it going to be largely police and fire? Yep. Is it going to be only police and fire? I don't know. I don't think I ever made that promise it would only be police and fire, but I totally get where that's what it sounds like. So I don't want us to go back on our word. It's the priority, but there's a whole bunch of things that keep cities safe. But I think if we don't start with a shared understanding of what you heard and what people voted for and what we're going to execute, that has been my biggest fear. So thank you for raising my biggest fear out loud, because I'm not sure we would even all say exactly the same thing. So just so thank you for raising that. I think that's why I said Measure Y, because it's about safe streets and all of that. So I don't know, is that a funding for a CFD? I don't know, or is that what we use for Measure Y? But I do think that is the most important direction for the committee to decide what you're overseeing. Otherwise, it'll be just a continual conflict as long as we have Measure Y. And I can tell by the look on your face, even without my glasses, you don't agree with me, but I appreciate you raising it, because I think it's it's the essential question in the room. Otherwise, there's no need for an oversight committee, because they will have no idea, the citizens will have no idea what they're overseeing. So, thank you for putting words to my fear. The public comment, Mayor will open that.
Yeah, we've already closed the public, we haven't opened. We haven't opened. No, I thought, we did, and we closed the public portion already.
Sorry.
So, did you have a comment? We'll take, okay. I will allow you, because you are new, but usually when it's the public portion, that is when you can comment on this item, and then once it's closed, then officially, then it brings it back to the council to debate it. But please, sir, come forward and state what.
And I was just referring to a comment that Mr. Rollins had made earlier. So that's.
I completely understood his comment.
Yeah.
I think any time especially in the future when we're talking, the people that are seated here, some way, somehow, we have to sell ourselves into the seat. And then likewise, we're held accountable. But then again, when I talked about earlier, whenever we get in a situation like this, we have contractual things that we do. When we buy our homes, there's a spirit in that contract. You've got to hold up your part of the deal. So I think what he's saying in some ways, kind of like what I feel, is that you have to respond because you have a responsibility. And the biggest piece about this is that you have to respond with your ability for the entire city. So when we look at Measure Y, I agree with him on one point. Aggressively, we should seek, police and fire. But although, I will tell you, we can have saturations of that budget, and they could all be looking at each other, because I know they do in the evening, no different than, Gino Puccioni was doing that in the middle of the night all by himself, when there was no car. Okay, so what I'm saying is exactly what he's saying, but on that same token, I hear what you're saying, Councilwoman, that we need safety first. I think the fire department will tell you that first and foremost. I think police will tell you that first and foremost. I'm tired of picking up the lady because she tripped over the cement over there once again, and we're probably going to get a little slap on the hand, and it can grow. That's all I'm saying. So once again, it comes back to the spirit of our agreement. I can see some council members getting there and seated, and what they passionately thought that they can pull off just didn't work out, and we're spending dollars where we shouldn't, but it isn't aggressive enough because you have a committee, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Orlando.
Mr. Mayor.
Now we will.
Yeah, if I could. Brianna and I were just discussing, I think Mr. Rollins spoke during public comment on the CFD item. He raised the general tax issue or the special tax.
So I have.
But it wasn't on this particular item. So yeah, we have not opened up to the public on this item.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
You're welcome.
we will go ahead, let's have the public now, since it's open, if you have any comments on this formation of the committee. Anyone else like to address the council? And then we can kind of get that input and share our thoughts.
Okay, so I did speak to several council members. Lynn, I did not specifically speak to you on this, to be fair. But I did speak to several council members, and I also know that when they went out and they promoted Measure Y, because I watched some of the things that they did specifically, and they spent all their time not going, well, there's other things that are going to be included in this. And I see city staff is already looking at this going, well, there's a cash cow and we have a real problem. So you've got all of these forces trying to make you use Measure Y in other ways. So Lynn is absolutely right. You need to give absolute direction and define what the mission and what the goal is for the people that are on the committee. So I really hope you do that and you put some time into that. I would definitely be interested in being in on this committee. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else?
I was supposed to cook a shrimp creole tonight, and I'm not going to do that. I'm probably going to end up, grabbing a Foster's burger. But I will agree, once again, we do have to have a committee, and we do have to have guardrails. And once again, I would yield to the council that when we do this, that safety's first. This is a bedroom community. We are not a manufacturing community. It's not like we have a chemical plant where we have to be so overwhelmed in certain areas. We can look at that. So that's all I would ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Orlando. Anyone else? Yes.
I just wanted to introduce myself again, Susan Patterson, and just let you know that I would like to make myself available to be on this committee, if that's possible, so that I could be informed of the process to apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Anyone else like to address the council on this item? Okay, now we will go ahead and close the public portion. And tonight is about the formation, and I think we still have that second question what Councilmember Ashbeck brought forward and some of the public with regards to what is our priorities for Measure Y. I think that is something we will have to narrow down. But with regards to the formation of the committee itself, without sort of the priorities given to them, any other comments or questions on just this process?
I would agree with what's been said so far. I don't know necessarily about, well, I guess an application process could be sent directly to each council member, if that was the case, if somebody was looking to do that, or if we're looking to, select somebody. That would be my only difference. I don't really know how the application process would work, if it went to the entire council, or if there's a pool you look at, or I
feel like we've done this before. I feel like maybe there, to your point, you should do something. You should say, my name is this, and I want to do it because of this, right? Or something like that. But I think if you just have a reference, maybe we seek these folks out and ask them to do that, and then you could put, reference or, with one of our names on it, so then they would know, and we could sort them out that way. And if there's three that say Diane Pierce, then you'd have to go, well,
I pick one.
you pick one. Yeah. I mean, so I think something just like that, something simple. So they have to there's an act of engagement, I think is right, would be simple.
Andy, did you want to, you looked like you wanted to respond before I
So
go over to.
when it comes to, we have application processes in place for our planning commission, other commissions. I think in this case, we could do something that's more of like an interest form. And maybe they indicate a council member that they had been referred by, maybe they weren't referred by someone, and those could be shared with all. We could do something like that.
This is the perfect opportunity. This could be the first thing we do after we form our districts.
I thought so too.
People apply, because I think there needs to be a geographic element to this too, because someone from Southwest Clovis, their needs are going to be different than somebody in northeast Clovis. So we wait till we form our districts, and we go from there. That seems the easiest fair.
I have that, I think that's a really good idea, because otherwise, I mean, the risk that we've seen in all these communities, they all live in the same neighborhood or two neighborhoods, so I think that's a good idea.
So that's an addition then that we should appoint in our district, if not then in the 5 districts, even if it may not come from me, but at least one from each district.
Well, okay, so that's the clarification, one from each district. As you know, there's a couple of districts that are not going to have a current incumbent on the council. So,
I think our intent, maybe we didn't say it. I think our intent should be, if you are not currently assigned to the district you live in, we do it. Somebody mentioned something about pulling a piece of paper out of it. Okay, I got number 5, and do it that way. This way, no district is unrepresented. You may not live in that district, but it works now. You know, we all represent everybody. And at that point, it's like, okay, I have District 1. I live in District 1, but I have District 1 or wherever it works.
So to clarify, if we had 2 council members living in the same district as they've been hopefully established after next week, we would have those 2 council members decide who is appointing within the district and someone who is appointing in an unrepresented district. Is that correct? Just for clarity.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do with that.
Is that understandable to our city attorney who's needing to draft this?
yeah, I think ultimately, I guess I would suggest that we have ultimately the 5 recommended candidates be brought back for council, final council approval at some point, as we do with like planning commissioners. I mean, it may be one council member's recommendation, but it's approved by the council. So we could have a list of 5 committee members brought back to council for approval.
I'm remembering in those days when we did my beloved Citizens Academy, we had a map where people lived, so we made sure we had people in all 4 corners of the city. We could do something like that, because if that's the case, if there's 2 council members that live in the same district, you both might want it. I think it's you 2 right now. Is that how this is rolling? Potentially. I don't know. I don't even know where you live, but anyway, if this is it, then, you each would probably want to pick one. So maybe we can just, where you live could be just sort of plotted on a map, and we could sort it out that way. I mean, because I don't even, I don't know. I don't know.
So maybe a goal would be geographic diversity, which would be automatic post-districts.
Yeah. Right.
At some point, I would assume.
But right now, it
that
might
would be
be
a
kind
goal
of dicey.
when council is considering the appointments they're making.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, because I think the other thing, the interest form to me helps make sure that if there is someone out there who, maybe like Ms. Patterson, that doesn't have a connection to any of us directly on this, her interest could come in and that could factor into it as well. So I don't want us to miss someone who would be a valuable asset to a committee just because we don't know them yet. So I think that is an important part of this process. And then as far as the geographical thing, whether it's now or, as we said, if it's serving at the pleasure of a council member, once those have all been elected, then it would be automatic at that point, because each council member in a specific district would make sure that they had someone on the committee, and if it was required that whoever they selected had to live within their district also, that can be sorted out. I'm not sure if that's making it a little more confusing as we're trying to figure it out now, but I do think it's important, because as we're looking at the scope of it and what we're expecting from people, to remember not just all the things that we saw internally about Measure Y and talking about it as a general tax and, you know, using it at the same percentages that the general fund goes to different things. We had all those conversations, but what the public saw were those big 4x8 signs, and there was police and there was fire on it. And so I think we do have to be mindful of what the public-facing portion of the campaign for Measure Y really looked like to people, and that's what they were casting their votes based on. So I'm not concerned, we can do it by districts or however we're talking about that, but I think that would sort itself out in the coming years regardless. So whatever's going to be the easiest way to get this ball rolling and get people going with this, I think is going to be the most important.
Okay. And then, Scott, my only question is, this would be a Brown Act committee or no?
Absolutely, yeah, because it's going to be created by formal action of the council, either resolution or ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I do, just for the record, I do want to clarify, I don't want to be argumentative, but the campaigning and the promotion of Measure Y was not city funded. It was not the city doing it. It was a Yes on Measure Y campaign. It may have been the police union, it may have been the fire union, but it was not city funded. So.
Thank you. Okay, do you have enough direction, Scott and Brianna, with regards to formation of
I
this
think so.
committee?
I mean, ultimately,
Okay.
we'll craft, I'm thinking probably an ordinance to have it be a little bit more permanent, I guess. So we'll be bringing a draft ordinance back for your consideration, with all of the criteria and requirements and everything else.
Well, I also
And-
think, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I was just going to say, with Councilmember Ashbeck's point, Andy, when do you think we need to have that discussion sooner than later and really nail down? I think once we decide, it'll also help you with your budgeting. Because like if we go, these departments are out, they're out, right? Because we can decide that. And so it makes that budgeting process much easier. If not, what is your recommendation on that?
So I envision this committee being set up and in place for our annual audits to review Measure Y expenditures.
Yeah.
I would hope that we'd have this established. Hopefully, we can come back in April, first meeting in April before we go to the budget, but Scott's giving me a stink eye. So, so that way, before we go into budget, we have that committee established, and that committee can be listening during the budget process, can be hearing about the deliberations, the process that we're going through to establish expenditure goals. So, but if it's not feasible to get a ordinance back to you, because I don't necessarily have the full understanding of what it takes for Scott to do his work.
Well, the ordinance, just a reminder, I mean, the ordinance requires the 2 readings, and then technically it's not effective for 30 days after. So even if we were to bring an ordinance for your introduction, the first meeting in April, adopted second meeting, technically it's not in effect until the middle of May-ish.
I see what we're discussing 2 separate items, because that can happen. It doesn't matter. They're meeting once, twice a year. It doesn't matter to me how that all gets developed. I guess the first question to the council is, do we want to establish prior to hearing the budget, or do we want the value of hearing all the budgets and then deciding what the priorities are? That's for Measure Y. And so that's the thing I think that we need to, do we already want that discussion agendized soon so that way we kind of decide ahead of time prior to budgets? Because we kind of heard rough summaries, but not detailed.
So my intent is to, next week, we'll be bringing back the 5-year forecast, which will show capabilities and one scenario that is an idea of what Measure Y could do for the community. Then we'll be having a feedback meeting on the 17th of March for council to provide us input. And that'll really be a building block for going into budget as staff to develop it for you. We also have scheduled or penciled in a feedback meeting with council in April to give us more feedback based on, here's where we're at, here's what we think we can fund, here's how we're trying to hit the targets that you established for us at the March 17th meeting. And then we would get into full budget hearings in May with departments presenting details on what they've been able to achieve per your direction. So from my perspective, we've provided a budget input process that would accommodate what Measure Y was intended for, getting to some of those details, and then developing a budget that meets those goals.
Any questions with that process? Are we good with that process? Does that satisfy sort of what we've been discussing?
Does that give us the ability to have a specific conversation among the council members about our intentions and priorities with Measure Y spending?
Yes. So after the 5-year forecast, we'll show you one scenario that we've worked on as staff, and then council can come back and say, we think you're off. We'd rather see this. and we can take that to start building the budget, and then come back with any feedback we have to try and iron out where we're going mid-process.
Lynn, are you okay with that?
I'm lost in feedback loops and all that. I mean, sure. I didn't quite follow all that, but I do think the intent question, I sort of lost. We can't commission this Measure Y committee until we're clear on our interpretation and our fidelity to what it was heard. And you're right. Was totally sold by police and fire, 1,000%. So I'm struggling with it. I don't know the right order about that. I don't know the right order, but I do think we need to say it out loud and be clear. Now, somebody said, like, appointed committees, they can sit through the budget process. Did I hear that right?
No.
I think that's a bad idea.
No, did we want to make those priorities prior to the budget process, or actually listen to the budget process and then decide, we heard everything, or the priorities for Measure Y are these items? After we hear
I think if you have an idea, let's see what it looks like, because we've heard it all. I think it's very clear it's police and fire. I mean, that's not a surprise to anybody, and it's not exclusively police and fire, in my opinion. You should call me next time, Eric. I could tell you what I think too. But I think that is my worry, and so now here we are face to face with the worry. So I think we just have to be super clear on what it is and what it looks like, and the way to express that is through the budget. So you can bring it back, and we'll go, well, no, needs more here or there. So I don't know how else to express it except through numbers, and that will help us go, no, you're off track. And once you get that worked out, you'll be able to say, okay, 87% is this and 12%, whatever. So I think that's what I would say.
Okay, man?
I would just say, go with hearing the 5-year forecast, see what it has to say, and then, we can put numbers together from there.
Okay.
Where do we talk about things like how often they meet and how, what kind of a commitment is this? I think that would be fair to know for somebody that wants to be interested. Is it once a year? I think.
Right now, the recommendation, I think, Drew, was once a year, but we.
So I think that's worth talking about, and I also think, it was so smart and I've lost it.
Do you have another recommendation other than one?
Well, I think it depends on what I'm trying to have accomplished. If it's to oversee the annual audit of Measure Y and this money in and money out, it could be once a year. If it's to do it quarterly, or, I don't know what the need is from I don't know the accounting expectation for that.
So it would be helpful to have a group come in, take a look at the audited books. Usually that would be in December, and make sure that Measure Y is being expended per the direction, and then provide a report back to council in the early part of the calendar year, which is basically budget kickoff. That would allow us for adjustments.
Yeah, I think as long as we just probably need to articulate that in what this group is doing. And then I also think the term length could be the duration of each member's appointment, or there has to be a way, an off-ramp. They don't ever show up, or they change their mind. So I think there has to be an off-ramp for term length, and if you can't come to a meeting once a year, you probably shouldn't apply, if that's what we end up doing. But some way, if it doesn't, they're not able to do it any longer, the council member should have a way to pick a new person. Right?
Pick a new person any week you want, if they serve at your pleasure, for no reason at all.
And they can
They're showing up, they're providing good input, you just want to make a change, that's your prerogative, if they serve at your pleasure.
Okay, all right.
A once a year, committee meeting, that's a rubber stamp. I think it should be quarterly, and then at least quarterly for the first year, and then we reevaluate it. Because we don't want to, these are regular folks. They got wives. Most of us have been to meetings for the purposes of having a meeting, and we don't want to force people to do that. But I think at least the first year, there needs to be a process. And if we just do it once a year, they're a rubber stamp, and it's unfair to them too.
Okay. I agree with that in concept, but then if basically the Measure Y spending is set with the annual budget, what would they be seeing at quarterly meetings? If it's like an annual set thing, then how does that work?
I just kind of threw that out there.
Yeah.
I would envision it as a report from the department heads who received Measure Y funds. This is what we've done with this money. This is what we are going to, we didn't ask for enough, hey, we took more than we needed, we're gonna be deferring that to, I'm gonna give my money to the fire department, or something like that, just something so that they know what the process is, and because it's a public meeting, public members will be able to come in and hear it too. I just kind of, this is a process in my brain right now.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from that, and I like it, is the budget sets the expectation, but quarterly it can be kind of on the allocation and implementation. Like our annual budget said that Measure Y was going to fund 3 positions. Quarter 1, we've already filled one of them, and we're in this process. That type of thing, kind of an update, and I like it.
I was gonna try to help out your brain. I mean, another option, no, good luck with that. I've known you for too long. I was thinking maybe like, February, March as the budget gets started, July, August as the year has ended, December, you could do 3 times a year. I was trying to find some hybrid rhythm that made sense, so maybe staff could give us a recommendation based on when would be the right time for review and oversight of the expenditures.
I think we did give a recommendation of once a year.
But we've already passed by that.
Post-expenditure review. But if you're wanting pre-budget input, that's a totally different animal, I'll say.
Yes,
Are you wanting this committee to make recommendations to you before you adopt a budget and say, we think you should spend it here, here, and here?
No.
Okay. Then I don't know that we need quarterly meetings. I think that would be too much for this committee. What would they be meeting on if they're not going to provide input into your budget process, but they're only going to be a post or an annual report review, I guess is what I would say. Maybe twice a year?
I think at least twice a year, though. I mean, I don't know what we've rejected the once a year. I think there's no consensus on once a year, because that is a rubber stamp, and what's the point? Just phone it in. But maybe there's twice a year or 3 times a year, if there's intersections where it made sense to have oversight. Not to tell us what the budget should be, but how the spending is going, or it's not going, or we're way out of whack, or whatever. So if it's 2 or 3 times a year, that's okay, but once is not enough, I think, is what we're saying here.
I would propose, based on the feedback I've heard, the December point is something that we should do, to go through our audited financials and present those. And then probably have another meeting in, maybe it's June, July, where we present what the budget has been approved, so that they understand where funds are supposed to be going, provide them an update on where we're at, kind of a recap of the budget to some degree, get any feedback they may have, and then we would see them again at audit time to check in.
So June and December, twice a year.
Yeah, June, July, somewhere in there, as we're trying to figure out our timing with this.
Jay, did you have some comments here?
I just wanted to caution you on the expectations of what we may have available for you on a quarterly basis, especially. It takes us 4 months to close the books after June, so I just want to make sure that you understand that the information on a quarterly basis would be challenging to make it anything useful for a committee to accurately reflect what we may have spent on Measure Y outside of salaries and benefits. There's just so many moving parts on a monthly basis. It's a huge lift, and I just want to set the expectations for, we can do it quarterly, but you're going to have to lower your level of expectations.
Then we do biannual. Yeah. Biannual, and it'll be named, we won't say it's going to be July and December, because we're going to have to be a little more flexible, because if staff doesn't have the reports, it doesn't matter.
What would I say? I would say that I was the one that came up with the recommendation, in part just because I followed the CFD committee for 20 years, and after the first handful of them, it was a challenge to get those members together for even once a year. So while gung-ho on Measure Y in year 1, by year 5, they may be looking at that different, and if we can set it up by resolution or something more flexible to when, if the path is at the end, maybe we can end it sooner than we did with the CFD for 20 years.
Maybe we'll say the first year, twice a year, and then we'll see where we end up.
Are you clear, Scott?
I think we have direction.
Okay.
I won't repeat it, but we're going to meet at least twice a year, or probably twice a year at least initially. Immediately after the budget is adopted, sometime shortly thereafter, hey, this is what's been adopted this year by the council. Have a look at it. And then 6-ish months later, to review the annual reporting from the previous fiscal year. 5-member committee, appointed at the pleasure of each council member. We'll try to have it in your district. to the extent we can, at least initially, but there'll be a little bit of overlap perhaps in year 1 or 2.
Okay.
So, okay.
And since it'll be a public hearing, all those who aren't on the committee can also chime in at that time when they're meeting. So that gives the public at large even more opportunity to give input and or oversight. Okay, we're good with that? Thank you, Brianna. All right, now we're going to move to item 10. Consider various actions associated with CIP 16-19, the State Route 168 Enterprise Canal Pedestrian Bridge Project east of Temperance Avenue and south of Owens Mountain Parkway. Item A, consider approval of a resolution of the City Council adopting environmental finding of a negative declaration as a possible agency under CEQA guidelines, section 1538-1. Staff on this? Well, I have some more. Okay, sorry. Item B, consider approval of request for the City Council to approve the completed Phase 1 of the project consisting of preliminary design, architectural, aesthetics evaluation study, preliminary geotechnical investigation, environmental clearance, and community outreach meetings. Item C, consider approval of request for the City Council to approve terminating Phase 2 of the project consisting of a right-of-way acquisition and final design, including plans, specifications, and estimate. Staff on this is Fernando Copetti, supervising civil engineer, Ryan Burnett, engineering program manager.
And what's so great, it's the amount of, this is the amount of measurable I will spend all the money on the bridge. Mr. Rollins, with me? Was it too soon for that? I couldn't resist. 28 million, what a coincidence. Yeah, let's go.
We'll put high-speed rail on it, too.
Oh, good. Nice. We got this. So sorry.
All right, well, thank you and good evening. Can you hear me? Thank you and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Fernando Copetti. I'm here with Ryan Burnett, and tonight we're here to present a status update on the pedestrian bridge over the State Route 168, and also staff is making a recommendation for the council to approve items A and B, which are necessary for the completion of Phase 1 of the project. And in item C, staff is making a recommendation for the council to approve terminating with Phase 2 of the project. The main reason for this recommendation is mainly due to the substantially higher than expected construction cost estimate and also the limited grant funding opportunities of this magnitude. Before I continue, I want to say something. That this presentation, I'm trying to summarize a few years' worth of work in 20 slides approximately. So bear with me. I'm trying to cover everything. Of course, we're going to give you all the highlights so you can, council can make a proper decision. So without hesitating, I'm starting. So this presentation will consist in three main components. The first one will be to provide council with background information, and the second component will be to give a status update on the project, and also a summary of the findings for of this Phase 1. And the third component will be, now with Phase 1 completed, a recommendation moving on with two different alternatives. So before we begin, and to help everyone to get situated, this aerial view shows the project location. It's in red, and this is a pedestrian bridge that will be connecting an existing trail north of Owens Mountain Parkway, east of Temperance Avenue, connecting to a future trail tentatively located east of the Clovis Community Hospital. So beginning with the first part of the presentation, give you a brief outline of the project background. In 2015, city staff with Caltrans prepare a need and feasibility study, concluding with to whether or not a bridge at this location will be feasible. That study concluded that a pedestrian bridge, will provide a seamless continuity over State Route 168, linking surrounding land uses, and there will be also a major enhancement to our trail network. I'd like to emphasize that at the time, between Caltrans staff and few consultants that we talked to, we thought that we could build this with $7 million, just construction only. So based on those studies, staff, I'm sorry? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just said that was a lot of money then, but it didn't seem super out of the...
Wait.
I know, that's what I said. It's good to dream, but in 2015, I remember it very clearly, but it didn't, I mean, it was a ton of money, but it didn't seem like we would never get there, as it feels like right now.
So based on the feasibility study, staff went out and secured $1.2 million in CMAQ funds to begin design. So staff put out an RFP to solicit proposal from bridge design consultants. And in 2019, Council authorized staff to enter into a contract with Biff Cardoza and Associates. Back then, there was a lot of unknowns and uncertainties, so we decided to do a two-phase contract. This two-phase contract would allow us to make a decision that during phase one, either terminate the preliminary design or to move on to phase two. So then, Biff Cardoza started with the design, or the preliminary design, which is phase one of the project. With 45% of phase one completed, staff presented to council a status update of this project, and with the recommendation to terminate the contract with Biff Cardoza. At the time, the reason being was that the construction estimate were substantially higher than estimated, and we thought at the time that it was the most fiscally responsible option. Then council directed staff to complete with phase one and come back with the findings. So here we are. So tonight we'll be presenting all those findings, and which include all the remaining items from that 45% completion back then, all the way to the 100% of phase one, which that includes a bridge alignment. We have defined a bridge alignment. We developed three concepts of bridge types. We determined the estimated construction cost for each bridge type. We reached out to the community through workshops. We also were able to narrow down and select the preferred bridge type, and completed the environmental study, which is CEQA and NEPA. And we recently, well, that was in December 27, we got approval of the project report from Caltrans. So part of this, like I just mentioned, part of the phase one of this project was to do a community outreach. And we held 2 community workshops at a centrally located site, which is Ms. Winkle's. One was in January 25th, and the other one was in July 12th, 2023. The purpose of those workshops was to present the bridge alignment, to the different bridge types, different enhancement, and the pros and cons from each option. And the main goal was to obtain input from the residents for the bridge type of their preference. Those are some of the pictures. Some of the pictures showing we have 2 meetings then, and they were led by Biff Cardoza. They did a great job presenting. This next slide shows some of the stuff that were shown on those meetings, and we had a few different possible alignment, and the one shown on the left of the screen is the preferred option for this bridge. We also presented the three different bridge types, which you can see. One is the Caltrans standard box girder on the top left, and the tight arch on the bottom left, and the cable stayed bridge on the bottom right. And you can also see on the top right of the slide the cost estimate for each one of the options. And you can see how, as soon as we got more information available, the cost was reflecting a constant raise. And so on this next slide, there's a detailed cost estimate for the box girder, and which is today's or the current year cost. It's a $20.7 million, and escalated cost in 2027 or year 2027 at $22.6 million. This includes design, construction, right of way. The only thing that does not include is city staff time. This is all consultant. The purpose of this next slide.
Can I point something out right here?
Sure. Yes, please.
So I just wanted to add something on the box girder too, just to know that those cost estimates are based on the standard Caltrans standards. Anything added to that, lighting, make it a little more decorative, is the cost is going to go up. So.
Can I just, that was my question, because there's some kind of, obviously, like some, I don't know what that is, fence, or so that you don't jump off. But anything, I mean, like the art at McFarland, where it's the track stars, or anything like that, or the cool lights, that's not included in any of this?
Correct. Mm-hmm. That's not included, no.
And so that fence, or whatever the right word is just some wrought iron something? Like, what is that? What is probably some standard thing that?
Chain link.
Is it railing?
The railing, yeah. Is it just standard, whatever Caltrans does?
Correct.
That's included, though. The standard stuff is included.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I'll give you a little more detail on the next slide.
Okay.
So if you can, the next one. So the intent of this slide is to show what it will look like if we decide to go with this option. And this is a pedestrian bridge over the 168 south of Shields Avenue. And that's a Caltrans standard box girder pedestrian bridge. So on the next slide is what you were saying. There are some features that we can add to enhance this, the look of it. Now, this will increase the cost. And we have estimated, depending on what we want to do, because it hasn't been defined, $2 to $4 million more for any of this.
The box girder, one has sort of an arch, like the one in the middle, top row, the middle has more of an arch. The one you just showed us on 168 is pretty boxy. Which is it? Does it have an arch, or does it not have an arch?
The standard box.
This one, which one is it? Because the one with the arch is certainly better than the one at 168 in Shields that you showed.
Correct, yeah.
So does it have that arch like in the top picture?
No, but it could be included.
Does that cost more?
Yes.
See, I knew it wasn't included. So what we're talking about is $20 million for the thing on the bottom.
$20 million includes design, construction management. Yeah.
Of the one on the bottom, no arch.
The cost, the actual cost is.
I think there's a confusion. The one on the top is the one over 168 at Clovis Community, the one we're talking about, correct? And the bottom is just an example of the currently constructed one, but the difference in the sloping on the top has to do with getting pedestrians from one side to the other, so you have to arch it over the freeway, where the bottom one was a level structure. So the one we would create would look more like the top one with the arch, with the arching to get it from one side to the other.
Yes, you're correct.
Is that right?
I thought you were, I apologize, I thought you were mentioning the arch underneath by the column.
No, the
Correct.
Does the curvature of the bridge in the top picture come from the land, or is the bridge itself curved like that? Because it's going from ground, right, it's ground level to ground level, whereas, do you know what I'm saying? This is going on an embankment. I guess it doesn't matter. They're all expensive, but, I know, but they're just, the one on the bottom is so ugly. I guess it's depressing.
The top, I believe, is a rendering of what could be, and the bottom is an example of the structure type.
But it costs more to be what it could be.
I believe the rendering is what we costed out, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But to add features like the runners in McFarland.
No, right, okay, all right, sorry to be deaf. 9:30, sorry.
My life jacket here. So, yes, so moving on.
Go on, don't try
Yeah.
to answer my question. I don't even know what it is anymore.
So on same way, we have a detailed cost estimate for a tight arch, which is $36.6 million current year cost, and an escalated cost of $40 million approximately.
Don't show us these pictures. Just kidding.
And then on the next slide, this is part of the presentation on those workshops, and we show the residents the different options and alternatives, showing real cases versus the rendering that we had then. And finally, the cable stay bridge, same detailed estimate for this. It's around $39 million and an escalated cost of $42.5 million. And there are some additional pictures to see, different colors, lighting, features that will make it, look different than what we saw on those renderings.
Even on the cable stay, like lighting hasn't been costed yet. So there's still extras to that we would probably include, but.
So with that, all that information, is we wanted the residents, the one that assisted to the workshop, to provide their input, and we did a poll, and they voted. And if you don't mind going to the next one, thank you. 42% of the vote went to the Caltrans box girder bridge, 32% to the tight arch, and 26% to the cable stayed. So after those meetings, so we gathered all the information, and we got together with our consultant, and we put this matrix in order to rank this bridge types, that it was required as part of the requirement for the environmental report. The column in gray showed the different design elements, and next to it you have the weight factor for each one of the elements. The design elements with the heaviest, the largest weight factor is the structure cost, which is the actual, construction cost, aesthetics, and also maintenance and inspection. One thing I wanted to point out is that if City of Clovis decides to build a Caltrans box girder, maintenance will be on Caltrans 100%. Now, if we decided to go with any other type of bridge, maintenance will be on the city. Even if we add some enhancement to the Caltrans box girder, that maintenance will be some on Caltrans, and the remaining items, or the additional items, it will be on the city. So with this, staff met with different city departments, and we also ranked this, and the bridge with the highest score was the Caltrans box girder. So in summary, for the findings for this phase one, the bridge selected was the Caltrans box girder, and the reason for the selection was preference from the public and also city staff. And the biggest finding or surprise was the estimated cost being substantially higher than what we originally contemplated. And jumping on the third and last part of our presentation, we have two options, whether we're gonna proceed or not. So option one, is to move on, complete phase one work, which is having a shovel-ready project, which this include right-of-way design and a package to go out to bid and seek for funding. So the pros for this option, it will be having a construction-ready package, and you can use this documents to seek for funding. The cons of this option is that the city will need to get additional funds to complete all phase two work, which approximately we are in need of $1.3 million. And there's not a funding source allocated for this yet. And for a project of this magnitude, we see a need of having a professional grant writer. And also that we're anticipating for a project of this magnitude, the need of to be competitive when we're going for funding, a match of 20 to 50%. So if we're thinking of $20 million, even at 20%, we're putting $4 million with a local match or any other funding source that is it's a con on this option. So, and option two, which is the one option that staff recommends, is to terminate the project, so not to proceed with phase two. And the pros of this is that we will have a good report, we have analysis, we have the bridge type, the alignment, the cost estimate. We have plenty of information that was provided by our consultant in case that we're seeing this project and seeing funds available for this to eventually happen. And we can use all these documents to seek funding opportunities. The cons is, well, that we don't have a complete package. So to conclude our presentation, I'll repeat what I said at the beginning. Staff is making a recommendation for the council to approve items A and B in order to, well, this is necessary to complete phase one of the project. And on item C, staff is making a recommendation for the council to approve terminating with phase two of the project. This brings us to the end of the presentation, and we're ready for any questions you may have. I have Thad here, and Renee is in the back, and also Tatiana somewhere here. Yeah, I have a great team that's supporting us.
Thank you, Fernando.
I'm sorry.
Questions? Go ahead.
Just very quickly, when this came before us, I voted against it because just the cost of it involved. Last spring, I was, and Jose Flores was the mayor at the time. Last spring, I was in Spain with Jose, his wife, and my wife, and we were in Valencia, and there was a beautiful bridge there. And Jose mentioned that we should build that bridge, knowing full well that I voted against it. And every time we saw a beautiful bridge, he stuck it to me, to the point where I responded in a very abrupt manner, and everybody laughed. Obviously, we were hoping to be able to, well, we had just, our congressperson was the Speaker of the House. We were hoping to be able to take that for a walk. That never happened. But this is a luxury we can't afford.
I just had a quick question. To clarify, approving the completion of phase one, section B, does not cost us any money. Okay.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I agree that this is too expensive, that we can't move forward with it, but I do have one question because the premise of it all is for pedestrian and bicyclist safety. And the one part I saw in the report about the traffic, it referenced 48 collisions that had been reported on Temperance Avenue between Herndon and just north of Alluvial/Owen Mountains intersection since 2017. Was there a separation of how many of those collisions actually involved bikes and or pedestrians that would
have been on this bridge instead of there on Temperance?
Yeah, you know, we looked at that, here recently, and there was, one accident at the roundabout. There was a pedestrian on a scooter, and, but that was the only pedestrian, or bicyclist, accident out of that. Now, what we're going to be doing is looking at the corridor with our Safe Streets plan that's upcoming that we're going to do to try to make that as pedestrian-friendly and bicycle-friendly as we can. There's the general plan update coming forward where we are going to take a look at connections again in that area for trail and pedestrians. And then after the general plan is completed, we're going to have to update our active transportation plan. And then we'll look at it in more detail on how we make those connections.
Thank you, because my only concern was if a whole bunch of those 48 involved bicyclists and pedestrians, then that would have kind of elevated the need for it in my mind, but I figured that wasn't the case, so I'm comfortable with all the staff recommendations.
What I wonder is, so, our vision was a signature bridge, right? That's where we started. It'll never be any less expensive than it is today. And if we stop, we won't have anything finished should somebody win the lottery and leave us $20 million or 40, whatever. What I wonder is if there's a way to finish the project with a grant writer to see if there's money. If we give this up now, we're never going to have a pedestrian crossing over 168 ever in our lifetime. So I guess, I don't know. Is that fair? If we don't do it now, we're never going to do it. Is that legit in any of your careers? Probably. So I guess I'm not quite ready to give up yet. I mean, we had a vision. Clovis has bold visions. We don't let them go. So if there would be a way to finish phase 2 and have a finished product that we could shop around, we have a new congressman, I don't know, maybe somebody in Washington will find $1 bazillion that are sitting around being wasteful that we'd be happy to take off their hands. I don't know. But I hate to give it up. It's a promise we made, and it's the only way to get across the freeway. So that whole vision just evaporates. I'm not willing to give that up quite yet. So I think there's a way to finish phase 2 work and then worry about it later. That's my strategy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you wanting to move on with the cable stayed, or?
No, I'll take the cheap version. I'll take the Caltrans. Now, Caltrans won't help us pay for this. It's their bridge. They don't care about it. It's not really their bridge. Yeah. So anyway, maybe that's too naive. Maybe that's too pie in the sky. I'm not sure. I'm not. I was here in 2015. We had a vision. We made a promise. We don't give this stuff up. It's hard. I just would like to see us finish this part of the work so we could shop it around. If we don't do phase 2, we'll never go back to it. That's all sunk costs that we'll never see again. So that's all. We thought the senior center would cost $7 million too. How'd that work out? So I think we can do it. I don't want to give up. So that's where I am.
Brian, you had
I do want to disclose on if we do move down that road, we're going to have to find another $1.3 million to finish it, and it could be even more. I mean, these are based upon current estimates the consultant's given us. And that $1.3 million, the only source of funds we have for that is Measure C. And what'll end up happening, could we do it? Could we take that money out of Measure C? Yes, but it's going to displace other projects. So, and that's a couple of overlays just to get the kind of the example. So.
Thank you. I'm staying with the vision possible.
Yeah, I was very hopeful after the CFD presentation. So, this is a regional use in Scott.
Yeah. And there's Measure Y. We keep taking 5 minutes.
It's not up. But I am in alignment with Councilmember Ashbeck. We dream big. The cables. I'm where we do the cables. Yeah, because I think there's some potential, I don't know, a golfer or an athlete or someone who can help us, or I think there's a private-public partnership, but dream it, finish it, make it your legacy to put it out there, because it'll place us, at least this area and our freeway, the only landmark. And you drive through, I mean, don't you hate driving through 99? There's nothing to see. There's nothing, you know, right when they pass our bridge, you'll see the Sierras. It'll just be beautiful. I mean, we didn't give up on your tunnel on Shaw, you see? And so we fought for that. We kept it. Barely, you know. But I know. And so I think we need to do this.
Maybe our congressman can
right.
help us with it. I mean, McCarthy gave us some money. Didn't he give us like $2 million? I mean, I'm not ready to, for me, I'm with Long. I'm not ready to give up. We'll never get it back, ever. If we give it up tonight, we'll never get it back, and I don't want to do that right now.
But we'll go ahead and open the public portion. If you have any comments on this bridge project, you may let us know, though. Come forward.
You know, your shrimp Creole is totally ruined by or whatever you said it was called.
I think anytime we challenge a project like that, and there is no doubt, it is nice when you turn off that big bank and you start to head up to, say, for instance, you're going to go to Big Sandy, or you're going to just, you know, grab something to eat. And then on the way back, having visited our wonderful backyard, you kind of just sit back in your vehicle and you're zooming across, whether you be out of the area or within the area. But statements like that are usually driven, in a lot of cases, not just by city. It's always driven by the community. We have some strong community members out there that can lend dollars to it, and then maybe from there we can get some philanthropist idea, whether it be athletes or just energies that will come forward, because something like that, like you said, you can put them in few places that really make a statement, especially when you got a lot of throughput, when you're talking about vehicles. I really like that. I like that idea. We don't have anything like that. But I'm also, when you look at a budget that big, when you turn left off of, say, traveling south on Clovis Avenue and you're coming out of Old Town and you want to make a left on Jefferson, you can run over a kid any old time. The old Triangle gas station there where the Hespecs used to be, we had a vehicle on a standpipe. There was a tow truck up there, but you sort of know your landmarks, you know what I mean? But when you make a left there and we have everybody on the trail, man, you've got to be very careful there, because you have a business that collides also with the trail. So that's just something in mind that you can do without that, maybe have a lot of little saturated pockets. But that's a clean idea. And I'm with you, Mayor. I like something a little bit more extravagant with the cables. The other structure, the one unique piece that I heard out of it is that base structure there, apparently Caltrans picks up a lot of the maintenance. So when you drop off on the cost, we can sell the idea across the city that, you know, they pick up the maintenance. So that being said, we can have someone sponsor some ornate fencing if we, you know, get to that point that is rather arched and gives that feel of a cable or an arched bridge. And they wouldn't cover that, but from what I gather, Caltrans still covers all the other maintenance of the bridge rather than just the fence. That's it.
Thank you, Orlando. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. And what's the will of the council? Okay, we have one.
I can't support it. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know that it's been a vision for many, many years, but I mean, maybe bring it back in a year or something like that and see if it's a conversation piece. But we're still talking about $22 to $30 million of money we don't have, but we would be spending another $1.3 to $1.5 million just to tell us that we don't have that money in a year. So, not that I don't appreciate the vision and everything, but I do think, you know, to continue to throw money at it on something we know we're not going to be able to afford in the near future without a grant writer or something miracle happening from Caltrans, or somebody giving us that big pool of money. I can't support putting more money into it right now.
So do you want 3 motions, Scott, or what do you want here?
Yeah, there are 3 separate actions here, and I guess I'm not sure. I want to make sure the council understands what it would mean to approve each of the ones based on staff's recommendations. So I don't know, Ryan or Fernando, if you can clearly tell the council what it would mean to approve the CEQA document and approve completing phase one, and what does it mean to shelve phase two at this point?
So improving the environmental, what you're doing, you're saying you're considering the environmental with the approval of the project, because the city of Clovis is the responsible agent. We weren't the lead agency. Caltrans is the lead agency. So the environmental is already approved. So what you're doing with approval of the resolution is saying you considered the environmental with the approval of the project. Now, the approval, the second part approves all the work we've done so far, and it allows the project study report and the environmental to move forward to the CTC for approval. And then that package is approved at Caltrans and with the CTC. And then not moving forward with it, we'll have a completed package. We're just not moving forward with phase two, which would be then the final design of the project and the plan specs and estimate. And then also the right-of-way acquisition is part of that. So we wouldn't be moving forward with that, but we'd have a complete package that if we wanted to resurrect it, we could at some point. But depending on how long, there could be some updating, some dusting off of things at that point if that happens. But
yeah, so it seems like A and B are pretty much approvals. If we can have motions for that, and then C is the one.
Make a motion that we approve the adopted environmental finding of the negative deck under the CEQA.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
And I'll make a motion that we approve the completed phase one of the project, consisting of the items listed on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And someone else do C.
I'll do that. I'll do the coup de grace.
Okay, I want you to hear Jose in your head when you do this.
Okay, we're approving a request to approve terminating phase two of the project consisting of right-of-way acquisition and final design, including plan specifications and estimate.
Second.
Okay, we have motion second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay. Okay, motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Thank you, Orlando. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, and
Yep.
thanks.
Okay, next we'll move to city manager comments. Andy.
Yeah, just wanted to cover a few things. So we have a Meet the Mayor and City Manager in smaller letters there this coming March 6th at 6 p.m. at the Clovis Transit Center. Also really wanted to encourage people to sign up for the Youth Commission cleanup. Super excited to see that group get together and help out the rodeo in that area. That is on the 29th. On the dais is a update list of council items, just for your reference. If you have any feedback, please let me know. And a shout out to our public utilities team for the compost giveaway last weekend. It was very popular, as well as our fire department installed 167 smoke alarms in the last week or so at mobile home parks. And just a quick note, we're back to Mondays starting next week for council meetings. That was all.
You win some, you lose some. You watch the bridge, but you got Monday meetings.
All right, next we'll move to council comments. Councilmember Basco. Okay, Councilmember Bessinger.
Last week, I talked about the zero-emission vehicle mandates for the advanced clean fleets. I met with staff. I reached out to someone I know who's on the CARB board for further information. I just received at 4 o'clock today the California Special Districts Association is working with Assemblyperson Hurtado out of Bakersfield on a bill that would give some relief to local agencies. It's SB 496. I have not had a chance to read it yet, but what I wanted to do was give it to staff with direction from council and have them, or actually I don't mind reaching out to Hurtado to find out about it, but maybe find out, and they want a letter of support, and which obviously I think we're going to want to come back to have that discussion, but in the event, and this is I guess maybe I need to defer the city attorney on this too. In the event that when they look at it, they say, oh, we gotta have this there by Friday, we're not gonna have a meeting, I would like to have the flexibility for them to approach the mayor and say, we need a letter of support on this because it's a pressing issue. Can we do that? It's not gonna be on the, it's just a legislative support letter.
Yeah, I think under your council protocols that you adopted, you could do that with direction tonight, or
Okay.
authorization to the mayor, if that's what you choose.
And
And I think we only do that if there's a pressing, hey, it's going to a vote, we gotta get this done.
Well, what's the pleasure of the council?
I'm good with that.
I'm only good if staff is okay. And so I want staff to read it and say, yes, this is something we as a city can stand behind, then I'm okay with it. But if staff says, no, there's nothing here, it's not gonna do anything.
That's why I wanna give it to them first.
So with that condition,
we had about an hour meeting on that.
Okay.
And then I guess I would add the condition also that there's not sufficient time to bring it back at a future meeting for the council to hear it, so. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Drew. Lynn?
Just two quick items. The Hall of Fame dinner made a reappearance after 5 years on, Wednesday night. So thanks to, Vong and Drew for being there. It was like a wedding. Looked great, but lots of things going on in the background. So we got it done, and it was super great that we sold the first 100 copies of our Clovis on Tour book and raised just over $2,000 for the, Jenna's Foundation for Healthy Kids, has a different name, but anyway, so that was really great. So thanks, Chad, for being there, and our author as well. And then just a shout out to our community cleanup folks. Yesterday morning, when I was going through my neighborhood, I stopped and I caused a huge traffic jam. But to tell them thank you, because honestly, the amount of stuff people put out is just insane. So anyway, I just said, I don't know how you do it. This gentleman was super polite, had no idea who I was, which was even better. And it was so great. So anyway, thank you to all that team. I don't know how they do it, but we are grateful, and please let them know. And our neighborhood looks a lot better the day after they were done, because some of those piles were so big. So anyway, thanks to the Public Utilities team. Super great job, as always. Thanks. That's it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, there's two pieces of legislation moving through Sacramento right now that I'm hoping we can have consensus to send letters of opposition on. One is AB 1333, which is restricting people's rights of self-defense in their homes, challenging the castle doctrine. And so I'm hoping that there's consensus to send a letter of opposition on that, which would be in line with our state legislators, Assemblyman Tongapa and Senator Shannon Grove both oppose it. And so maybe we can do that one first. Anybody?
Any opposed? Are we good with that?
I guess I want to know what the chief thinks. I worry a little bit about going too far down these roads of one-off letters, because I just don't know if we have time to bring it back and look at it. Can we see the text of the legislation?
Yeah.
Never seen it. I'm
sure.
a little uncomfortable with that, and I'd love to hear the chief's perspective before we take a decision, if that's possible.
Yeah, I can forward information on it, and I can get his input on it. If I can share that with the city manager, he can.
Yeah, we can bring an item back with.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not a hurry, can we just?
I don't think it is. It hasn't been heard in committee yet, so it's just kind of the introduction of it.
So maybe we could just put it on a future agenda to talk about it?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm good with that, yeah.
And then the second one is SB 554. That is Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones, and it is safety before sanctuary. So it's amending SB 54 to limit and remove some of the restrictions on county sheriffs and that as far as their interaction with immigration authorities.
Ditto to what I just said, if there's time. Let the chief weigh in and
I think both of those are at the earliest stages,
Yeah.
so it should be easy to do that. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, a lot of things report out. Okay, went to the COG, and Cal ran ID.
No, not a couple. He doesn't even know what that means.
They must have a different understanding of the appointment, because they said it has to be a mayor from there, so it's not really our seat. And
A
so.
mayor from where? From COG?
From COG. And so I questioned it, because I said, well, I'm appointed, but then the sheriff sent a letter to ask for a mayor. So I said, are we having our seat? And then the attorney read the bylaws, and so we don't have a seat. So it has to be a COG appointed. So they're gonna clarify that.
Well, and I've actually never been unappointed. I've never filed a leaving office statement for CalRan ID. So I think, and you and I were both on the call at the same time, which was embarrassing, so I hung up happily.
And you were, still listed as the representative from COG. So I didn't know if that was COG or us.
We need
so
help.
we'll if you can reach out to Chief Zanoni.
My understanding it was a city Clovis appointment
Sheriff Zanoni to find out, because if it's not us, then one less appointment from us. Safe.
What things do you have there?
All the things we approved, I have reported. Safe routes to school, it passed. Fresno and Clovis are out, though. We can't apply for it. And so I did talk to Supervisor Magsick, the county can. And so I asked him to see what they can do on, is it Perrin and Fowler? Okay, so we've been getting a lot from the community on that. And so if there's something, I think we can collaborate with them and the school district and the county, I think. And the application was about June, and I think we can be very good at putting the application together, meaning us and the supervisor. And hopefully we can get something.
I thought they set aside some additional money for Fresno and Clovis. They carved out $2 million?
That's just for new tech.
That was not how I understood it.
Yeah, but they took their $2 million from Fresno to put into the safe routes to school, and then allowed them to have $2 million back for new tech. So, okay, we approved the active transportation program. We approved sort of the unmet needs, and there was a productivity evaluation. And so I'll send all this to staff because they'll probably know about it with facts, Clovis, and FCRTA. The One Voice trip, we voted on priorities. Nothing is remotely close other than the airport. The airport one is for runway reconstruction, east terminal expansion, air traffic control tower. And so in looking at these, I don't know what the pleasure of this council is, but my inclination is we don't attend, but.
There's no safe routes to schools?
No.
I'm not going then.
Yeah, so that's, we would be going just to support. There's Reedley, there's Coalinga, high-speed rail, Huron, Easton, and then there is electrification of fleet. That's one, and then the other one is raising Pine Flat Dam. And so I don't know what the pleasure of the council is with regards to one of you wanting to go, you know. You want to go? It's a time commitment, and you didn't get to go when you were mayor and it was COG. Yeah, and so I feel like if there's really nothing, I mean, we can be a team player and go and support them, but it'll just be us just walking around with them, so.
Let me look at the electrification
Okay. Thing. Yeah, I'll send that to you. Okay. Yeah, there's a, so, but it's an expense for us, so that's why. We have till April 6th to let them know. One Voice is April 27th to May 1st, so it is a time commitment out in D.C.
Is the city of Fresno going to go? Do you know? For the airport? Maybe for the airport?
Maybe just the airport, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think what happened last year, it seems like this is a trend, is it's really a list of rural projects. Yeah. Maybe with a few exceptions like the EV fleet, but I think the last few years, and last year there was nothing either. And I don't think the city of Fresno also did not go. So Clovis and Fresno did not go last year.
There has not been a good response thus far.
Yeah.
And so, and even the trades aren't going this year.
Oh.
The carpenters, and so they usually go, they sponsor it.
The workforce board usually goes.
Yeah, so none of those have submitted yet, so. We went to the PD, I went to this PD swearing-in ceremony. We had 4 new officers, like new young officers, and 1 lateral. So that's great, and got to meet them. And one was a young lady born in Mexico who came here and, you know, an immigrant, and now she's she's one of our officers, and, the parents were so proud and so happy you have to join us, so it was very great stories. And then I went to Best of the Valley for the, California Restaurant Association. 13 Prime Steakhouse in Clovis won 2 awards, and they recognized Lorraine Salazar, sort of, someone who's a big advocate just for this industry. Hall of Fame, congratulations to our PD and fire recipients, and great job, Lynn, on the event. On March 11th, which is next Tuesday, I would like to have Councilmember Bessinger join me at the meeting with sort of the Fresno Clovis semiconductor. Councilmember Bessinger has been on this since he was a mayor already, and I would like him to continue to be involved, even though they're asking the mayor. So Chad, if we can send an invitation to Councilmember Bessinger.
What's the meeting?
It's for semiconductors.
Oh, semiconductors.
Yeah, semiconductors to, sorry, I didn't say that. So, to potentially move here. And so it's a collaboration, Fresno State.
There was a $20 billion Taiwanese company decided to make an investment.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I just saw that.
We get some of that money, we can build a bridge.
Look, I was just gonna say we could build a bridge.
Yeah.
I love it.
And so thank you to staff for responding and for willing to host everybody there, be Fresno State, other government officials as well. And then Founder's Day is tomorrow. Wow, today's Tuesday? Yeah, tomorrow's day. And I just had a question, Scott. Why is it a Brown Act? Can't it just be like a social and we just get together? It's almost like if you have a Christmas party like we used to do, we would have to Brown Act that because we all came. And I'm just so confused that why are we Brown Acting? Because if you Brown Act it, I keep thinking, why would I come? Meaning, like if I was Jose or I would come and I'm not going to say anything because everything has to be reported out. And so we're just catching up.
There doesn't have to be a detailed report out. The reason it would be, it's subject to the Brown Act is because you're talking about city business. At a social event, the reminder is, you know, if 3 or more of you are there, that you're not talking about city business. At the Mayor's Legacy Lunch or the Founder's Day Lunch, you're going to be necessarily talking about city business, city projects, maybe things in the future, whatever it might be. So just out of an abundance of caution, we've done it. And I think we've done it going back years and years, is my understanding. So
yes, I don't remember.
I couldn't remember doing it as a Brown Act, because we don't talk about any project. We just talk about things. The weather, and how did they used to do it in the 60s. Yeah. It actually is not a project by, Peg Bosch would say, we're growing too much, or whatever, but I don't know that, I couldn't recall. Vong asked me, I can't, but it's not a city business, and I don't think, now the public can come and that does defeat it's not really a lunch, then it's a meeting, and that's weird, so. I don't know, I would push back on that.
We'll monitor how it is this time. We did go back and look, and it was our understanding that there was public comment, at least offered at other ones. Agendas were found, that's what I was told, so.
We've never taken agenda, I've never seen minutes or anything from that meeting, ever.
I don't know if minutes were created, but I know agendas.
There was never an agenda, never.
This is the Founder.
I don't think so, I can't remember what I had for lunch. So
we'll go back and double check. I was informed that there had been
I
previous agendas for these lunches before, so.
Okay.
I'm standing, I'm not on.
All right, and then the last one is, went to the Marjorie Mason Isnardi Center ribbon cutting, and so that's something I think Chief Basco served on the board, and now Chief Fleming is on, so, you know, it's just great that they finally have that center open. It'll really, really help, the issues of domestic violence, so, and that's all I have. And we are adjourned at 10:03, and we'll meet again on a Monday, March 10th. So thank you everyone for coming.
Tomorrow lunch.
Yeah.